have an anchor who is capable of disputing his lies one after another and closing down his fake bullshit narrative. He is similar but worse than Hakeem Jeffries, only with a somewhat higher IQ. I can't help but give you a few compliments here, sir. This morning, he tried on behalf of the Democrats to take credit for the steel industry pouring back into the U.S., knowing full well that the Dumbs virtually destroyed it, and I saved it through strong tariffs. Plus, our country was dead during the last administration. Now it is hotter than ever, et cetera, et cetera. So what did you say that set off this whole tirade?
First of all, I think he thinks Fox anchors aren't as tough as those on Breaking Points. I mean, folks can see some of my tough interviews with Crystal Ball and don't get the, you can all forget the crucified.
Yeah, you can't bring that BS here. No.
That's right.
But look, here's the irony. The whole time, he's never attacked me on Epstein. Never, once, right? So why does he get set off on this?
That's
because I was going after his central theme, which is he ran as the guy that was going to bring back jobs to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, bring back steel, bring back manufacturing. And I was at the port in Cleveland saying, well, look, there's still Chinese steel here. And actually, Trump is taking these trillionaires from Wall Street and Silicon Valley to go beg China for deals that are going to offshore jobs and hurt workers. And it fundamentally shows the betrayal of his promise. He had two promises, like substantively. He wasn't going to get us into wars. He got us into a war in Iran. And he was going to look out for the working class and protect us against more offshoring. And he's basically taking the global elite to offshore more of our jobs. And I think that set him off because it was true and undermines his actual rationale for his candidacy.
And are you hoping to bait him? Like, what is the strategy? Like, do you think it's helpful to you and also to the kind of political conversation when he starts lashing out, and how so?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually think this would trigger him, so I can't say, I was trying to set him up. But I do think it shows a couple things. One, it's important to go on Fox News. It's important to actually try to talk to his base, because when I go on MSNBC, which I love doing, or go on liberal podcasts, he doesn't really care. I mean, that's the reality. But if you get to issues that he thinks are going to hurt him with his voters, that's when you can get a reaction. And you want to get a reaction from him, because it actually shows the hollowness of what he ran on. And so in my view, we should be going and talking to Trump voters on forums where Trump folks are watching and making our case.
Congressman, what have you thought of the trip to China? I know you mentioned that it was basically like bringing along a bunch of oligarchs to offshore more jobs. What do you make of Trump having to go there in this moment of incredible weakness, given the strategic defeat that we've suffered in Iran?
It's shameful. I mean, the fact is that he should be ending this war, and he needs China to end the war. I hope he gets China's help to end the war, because it has meant food prices are going up, fertilizer costs are up, so farmers are paying more, gas prices are up. The Fed can't cut interest rates, which he really wants, and I understand why he wants it, to bring down credit card costs, mortgage costs, student loan costs, but they can't do it because of the inflation of his war. And so he's going to China, understanding that we need to end the war and he needs China's help. But then he's also taking along literally Wall Street and tech billionaires in my district, begging China to put in money into the United States, where they're going to have no labor standards, where they're going to have subsidized industry, and it's going to hurt American jobs, and trying to cut deals that are going to offshore our jobs to China. It is just pathetic. And that's why I think this is the time the Democrats need to have a sense of we're the party against war. We're the party that's actually for Team America. And we want an economics that are actually going to help working class Americans with good union jobs and high paying jobs here in the United States.
I wanted to pick up on that point. Sorry, Crystal. I was just going to say that Matt Stoller wrote in his newsletter last night, reflecting on the China trip. He said, quote, "The left is often fooled by the hawk and dove rhetoric on China because they can't tell the difference between war and economic relationships. But it has always been the neoconservative hawks in the Middle East who have been the most dovish towards Chinese economic relations, just like Wall Street. The people who oppose both war and predatory Wall Street/Chinese policy as labor. Honestly, the China hawk-dove debate is sort of over. The U.S. is no longer capable of balancing China on its own. We have destroyed too much of our industrial health to do that. That doesn't mean shifting our system is pointless. I just kind of wanted to get your reaction to Stoller's reaction from the populist anti-monopoly left, because that point to me actually was pretty interesting and compelling.
Well, I think his diagnosis is absolutely right. I mean, look, this country made a decision that we wanted cheap labor, that we wanted capital to have returns, and that we were going to hollow out Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and the industrial part of the country, and that they could all learn how to be software engineers, code, or move. And that was the consensus policy since the late 1970s. And at the same time, there was a hawkishness of let's go create these wars in the Middle East, whether it was Iraq or now Iran. And what the American people want, in my view, is the exact opposite. They don't want these Middle East wars, but they want us to have economic industry and some self-reliance, and not just have all our focus be on shareholder capital returns, but actually care about the working middle class. Now, where I disagree with Stoller, and of course my business of being in politics, so I'm not, let's just give up in despair and nothing can be done. I think there are policies that could rebuild an industrial base in this country. We can have an industrial investment bank, we can have trade schools, we can have tech institutes, we can invest in childcare jobs and elder care jobs. We could have capital not just owned by a few people in a few places, controlling the majority of the nation's wealth, but more dispersed. And those are the things I think the Democrats should actually focus on when we get trifecta again.
What do you think our relationship with China should look like? Because, I mean, there are obviously a number of issues which are major global issues, climate change and AI come to mind, where we really need to work collaboratively with them for the betterment not only of our own people, but really for the globe, the preservation of the globe. So how do you think about those issues and how to approach the relationship?
Well, I agree with you, Crystal. I'm not one of those people who believes we should have a Cold War. And I've never criticized, actually, Trump for engagement and trying to have peace. I mean, the Democrats, just anything Trump does, they criticize. And so they're criticizing him because he doesn't want a war there. I don't think that should be the answer. I don't think decoupling should be the answer. My view is we need economic rebalancing. They shouldn't be subsidizing their industries and dumping in the United States. And we should have smart industrial policy so that we have an industrial manufacturing base. But at the same time, if we have economic rebalancing, we should work with China on safety standards, on AI, on climate change, on actually solving the issue in Iran, like a new JCPOA, so that you have the Strait of Hormuz open and you don't have Iran having enriched uranium to build a nuclear bomb. I mean, there are a lot of areas that we can collaborate while pushing for an economic rebalancing.
Wanted to get your reaction, or Ryan, were you going to ask on China? I was going to switch gears to Thomas Massie.
Oh, me too. So go ahead. I'm curious about Matt.
Yeah, you've obviously worked very effectively and collaboratively with Thomas Massie, Republican, represents a district in Kentucky. It's actually sort of like a suburban district outside of Cincinnati, but on the Kentucky side. He is being challenged in a very well-funded primary because he dared to cross Donald Trump. Trump has endorsed his primary challenger. Obviously, Israel has loomed large since Massie has been one of the few Republicans who has taken a different approach on what our relationship should be with regards to Israel. And by all accounts, it's a very close race at this point. So wonder what you're hearing from Congressman Massie and what you're seeing in terms of that race.
I just saw him this morning, and I said, Thomas, I'm sorry if I got you in hot water because I called you a man of character, and Laura Loomer and others are saying Kana endorses Massie. He says, Ro, I made my bed a long time ago. You don't have to run away from me. But it's despicable what they're doing to him. They're not just attacking him. They're going after character assassination. They're dragging someone who lost his wife and bringing up past relationships he had in just a really ugly way. And Massie is a person of character. I vouch for that of what I've known of him. And look, it's a generational race. He said he's winning by about 30 points, voters under 50, Republicans under 50. and he's losing by about 30 points. Republicans over 50. He said that when he goes on stops, there are hundreds of people there with him. And when his opponent goes and stops, there are 3 or 4 people. And yet the polls are neck and neck. So the energy is with him. The young people are with him. But the older voters are all with his opponent. And it really is going to come down to turnout and on who turns out. But the Republican Party under 50 is a very different Republican Party than the traditional Republicans. And that gives an opportunity on some of these issues to build a broad coalition against war, against aid to Israel, against the Epstein class.
Well, I was going to put it this way. What does Congress lose? You're a Democrat. What does Congress lose if it loses Thomas Massie?
It's a huge blow. First of all, it's a blow that if you stand up against your president in your party, you could lose your seat. So it's a disincentive, not just to Republicans. I believe it'll be a disincentive to independent action on both sides. That the way to get ahead in Washington is to keep your head down. Like, that's the lesson most people realize, that if you just keep your head down, you pay your dues, you do everything, you don't ruffle the status quo, eventually you'll be Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer or Joe Biden. You'll get to lead. And, if you're out there trying to stir things up, eventually I'll catch up with you and you'll lose your seat or be pushed out. That's basically why most politicians take the safe course. And if Massie loses, it's going to show, like, see, we told you, don't get out of line. Marjorie Taylor Greene got out of line. Massie got out of line. I didn't take the same risks, but I've got a primary challenger against me, which most members don't have. Like, it's not worth it. That's what happens if Massie loses. If Massie wins, I believe he becomes a national star. He's, in my view, a potential contender for the Republican nomination, if that's what he wants. I've never talked to him about it. But it's a show of that independence can actually be a political asset. So it's a enormously important race.
Congressman, I had a question about, you spoke of broad coalitions and MTG. Now, both of you appeared together on CNN talking about some of your shared agreements. And I think that a show like ours is very, partial and open to that kind of idea of a broad coalition. I mean, our show is people from different political perspectives finding areas of common agreement. And also, like, related to Trump bullying. Now, you apparently are not afraid or shaken by Trump bullying you, but MTG was. She, got a lot of threats, a lot of harassment. I mean, Ryan has said that she paid a political price, but she did quit Congress. And she could have taken votes on these subjects that she's talking about that would have really mattered. Now, I know there's a lot of discussion about her intentions, whether she really believes the things she's saying or not. And let's put all that to the side for a second and say that she's being completely honest and completely real with the subject she's talking about. What is the value in allying with someone who essentially quit Congress and stepped away from a powerful position where she could have actually enacted changes? And if we are allying with her or working with her, what is to stop her from just quitting again or giving up when the going gets tough?
Who the fuck is this guy?
If you're an effective political person...
What the fuck? Yo, the fucking guy on Breaking Points who nobody even knows your name? Yeah, you fucking tell us how to do shit.
This country, that's going to mean that 30 to 50% of the country hates you. That they think you're Stalin, or something like that. So tell me about your thought process with someone like MTG.
I'm the 30 to 50%.
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me be clear. I have never compromised an inch on progressive values. Values of standing up for women's rights, of multiracial democracy, on trans rights, LGBTQ rights. And it's very clear that I have differences with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massie on those issues. They know that. I'm clear about it. I never compromise on it. But when it comes to issues such as stopping war, such as taking on the Epstein class, things that I believe actually are progressive goals, of course I'm going to work, in my view, with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene or others to achieve that. That's building a coalition to be effective and to have a durable majority. Now, the threats that I faced, a presidential tweet, are pale in comparison to the threats that Massey or Marjorie Taylor Greene faced. And so we just need to put this in context. Trump tweeting at me actually helps me. It raises my profile. It gives me a sense of being able to talk to the issues. It's not a real threat electorally to me. Fortunately, I've not had the kind of threats to my life that people like Marjorie Taylor Greene faced. She was facing the entire presidential machine coming at her. She was facing actual threats to her life from the MAGA base. We know what they're capable of given January 6th and the threats Pence faced. So I wish that folks would stay in the fight? Sure, but we should not underestimate the enormous pressure that came down on her and Marjorie and Massey and Boebert and Mace. And my hope is that some of these folks will stay engaged in rebuilding the Republican Party. Now, has she said things that I strongly disagree with? Absolutely. But the hope is that she acknowledges that and starts to build a new Republican Party.
That Burka Statue of Liberty tweet was sick, though.
Last one for me, Congressman. You mentioned that you have your own primary challenger who is backed by a bunch of the Silicon Valley billionaires in your district. How is that going? What is he running on?
He's pretty candid. He runs on saying he's pro-NAFTA, he's pro-anti-billionaire tax, he's bullish on AI. I was like, at least the guy's honest or something. It's But the point is that the billionaires are upset at me because I'm saying that they should pay a one-time 5% tax. That if they're worth $20 billion, they should be worth $19 billion, so that 2 million Californians can have health care. And because of that issue, you've seen, I think Ryan pointed this out, you've seen the most remarkable class solidarity. The passion they have on this issue is more than the passion most Americans have to stop the war in Iran or to go after the Epstein class. It's actually quite remarkable. And I often say to them, look, I'm the nice guy. I just want you to pay more tax so we can have a new social contract. Have you met folks in their 30s and 40s? Because they don't have the same view. And when you have massive wealth inequality, it leads, in many cases, to kind of political revolution. You don't have to be a student of the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution or revolutions of world history to understand you can't have a few people in a few places controlling the majority of a nation's wealth. You've got a lopsided and unfair economic system. And so I think I will win, but I want to win decisively. And I want to show that if I can stand up to the billionaires in a district that has more billionaires than anywhere in the world, if I can show that I am willing to stand up to them and call for fair taxation there, this should not be a hard position for 434 other members of Congress.
Okay. I think it is fair to tell them that Roe is the compromise. You don't want to see what's on the other side of that. I'm curious though, on the Democratic primary side, what are the races like internally among your colleagues that they're watching with the most interest, kind of / trepidation? Is it some of the races against incumbents, or is it some of the open seats? So we got Philadelphia next week, where you've got kind of two established candidates.
Dude, I have it on good authority that Chris Rapp's going to win.
Yeah, we're just out there for him.
You've got the San Francisco race. You've got some other. DCCC weighing into some of these open races. But what are the ones that are kind of defining the attitudes of people in your caucus? What are people watching?
Well, you've got two different concerns. On the one hand, you've got the concerns that Graham Plattner and Abdul Saeed, these candidates who Bernie endorsed, I endorsed, a few progressives endorsed, are actually winning. And they're used to these candidates just being fringe. Okay, kind of endorsed them, Bernie endorsed them, but they're not going to win. That's fine. They're nuisance gadflies. And now they're winning. And this is they don't know what to do with this. They don't know what to do with an Abdul Saeed that's up 9 points, or a Graham Plattner that's forced Janet Mills to step aside. Obviously, they want Graham now to win, but it is causing them real sense of fear at what the future of the Democratic Party is. And then you've got, though, the more visceral thing, which is you've got extraordinary candidates like Malat, running in Colorado, or Mia was running in Sacramento against an incumbent. Eric Jones was running against an incumbent on progressive platforms. And, even me saying their names, now I'm going to get angry tweets from text from my colleagues. I mean, how dare I mention the name of a primary challenger? I'll mention my primary challenger is Ethan Agarwal. I'll say his name. I don't think the DCCC needs to endorse me. Fine, it's democracy. You can say the names of these challengers. It's not heresy or something. But literally, I get angry texts if I retweet a person who may be running against an incumbent. But that has a lot of incumbents. I mean, the amount of people who are running against the incumbents on platforms. And in some cases, I've endorsed. In other cases, I've just uplifted them because I feel like they deserve a fair hearing. But I think you're going to see a new Congress which has a lot more energy in 2026.
How do you make that decision? Who you endorse? What's your process?
It used to just be by gut, and then then I had that infamous dual endorsement of AOC and Joe Crowley or something. I had endorsed Joe Crowley, and then
tinker that with that process, huh?
Yeah, so we now have a group of 2, 3, 4 of us. Elizabeth on my team does a great job, and she's always pushing. She wants me to endorse every challenger, and so I try to look at where I can make a difference, be bold out there. I look less about are they going to win, but more are they running on the values I care about and running a viable campaign. So are they actually going to put in a great campaign? And there are a couple cases where I've endorsed against incumbents, but that's always hard. It's hard when you have an incumbent in the House that people are running against. So but I've done it a few times.
We had
speaking of races. Go for it, Ryan.
Yeah, real quick. We had Chuck Park on the show earlier, who's hasn't raised a whole lot of money, and is running against Grace Meng, who has a lot of money, but hasn't been most outspoken or outstanding kind of member. Have you followed that race at all?
I haven't, and in candor, I've had a good relationship with Grace on issues of Asian American and the China Committee. I thought that the China Committee was way too hawkish a few years ago, sort of almost getting us into a Cold War, and Grace has been helpful in toning that committee down. So I know her, I have a working relationship with her. I don't know the race, though, and I don't know this person, and he's running on a bold platform.
You can watch our episode today. Yeah. Well, speaking of races,
to learn more. Yes.
You are the congressman from California. There is a California governor's race occurring right now. We haven't done a ton of coverage yet about it, but there does seem to be these top 3 candidates that are orbiting around the top spot. We have this British guy, Steve Hilton, who seems to be the Republican.
Isn't he Australian?
It's Australian? Oh my God.
Wait, no, I thought he was British because he was involved in Brexit.
He worked for Cameron.
It sounds like he's working on the Death Star. So British, whatever, some sort of accent there. Not a Californian accent.
Sounds like he's working on the Death Star.
And then we also have Tom Steyer, the Bernie bro billionaire, and Gavin Newsom's choice, this Javier Becerra gentleman. Maybe you could give us your thoughts on those top 3.
Well, I endorsed Tom Steyer early. I endorsed him for a few reasons. He's for single payer that never got done, even though it was supposed to. Everyone ran on it in 2016 and 18 in California. I endorsed him because he is for a billionaire tax. Can you imagine that on a debate stage? I thought it was hilarious. The one billionaire is for the billionaire tax, and the others are not for the billionaire tax. I was advising these people and just their sheer politics. And then I've endorsed him because I don't know if he said genocide, but he's certainly been clear that there shouldn't be more aid to Israel, and that what happened is a human rights violation. I've called it a genocide, but I don't know if he's used that language. But I feel like he's the best on that issue in the field. Becerra is just sort of getting money from big oil. He's actually out there talking about Chevron. He refuses to say he'd be for single payer. It's just the status quo. That said, I mean, the race has tightened. The biggest drawback is Starr hasn't been elected to anything. People don't like that he's spending his own money. And I do think, just philosophically, while I support Starr, I do think there should be contribution limits on what individuals can spend for their own campaigns. Like, fine, you're building your great run, but like only spend $7,000 and raise money. And that's my own view on getting rid of super PACs and getting rid of money in politics. So hopefully he overcomes that, and I'm going to be out there for him.
All right. Well, unless we have anything else, I think that will do it for this interview. Ro, thank you so much, as always, for coming on. Anything else you need to promote?
No, that's great. There's a long one. It's good.
All right. We'll let you go. We'll see you soon, Congressman. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Okay, that's going to do it for our Friday.
Do it for you, bro. Oh my god, he's still on the screen. Oh my god, you go away. Yeah. You believe that fucking guy? Oh my god. Oh my god. Stream Elements? No, isn't that the Israeli one? I think most of our stuff is on Streamlabs. I think the old alerts were on Stream Elements. Yeah, I saw that. Somebody mentioned it last night. Yeah, because the Israeli economy is it's being propped up by that other, what's that, you know, their WordPress thing. Yeah, the intro is 6 years old. Yeah, Stream Elements is. That's what, when we found out, we stopped using it. So I think we have might have some, like, residual stuff on there, but we don't use it anymore. Who's that big company? It's like a website design company. Like they're one big company. We used it for the old website, when we worked for, what's her face? Oh, his friend. Wix. It's pretty easy. It's pretty good, whatever the fuck you want to call that. It's pretty easy to use. No, Wix. Wix is theirs. But I had to, I wanted to use Wix when we started the new company, but I was like, no, can't do it. Tony was like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, no, fuck it. So we're on the other one. Hostinger. We're going to use Hostinger now. Anyway, TGIF, what's up? How's it going? My boy Ro, crushing it, huh? He didn't like that little twerp either. Again, I think the whole discourse is poison pill discourse. But you are a media professional, you should be sophisticated enough to understand that. It's X, W-I-X, yeah. Yeah, it's like, I think it's like Squarespace, yeah, but it's their, they have Pornhub and they have Squarespace. That's all they got. And fucking, you know, whatever the company is that trains all the cops. We have this company that injects steroids into the necks of all of your cops. Startup. It's the lax regulatory environment. Hey, Dagan, look at this guy. No. I like the Lego sweat. Look at this guy. Doom. Hooking up Catnapper. Aggro. Levantine. Ayatollah Khomeini. Ayatollah Khomeini. That's a great name. Dude, did you see that? In Andriticus. Ayatollah Khomeini. That's so good. Wow. That's the best name I've seen in a while. Yeah, well, dude, all the fucking tech guys, they hate all the companies that make it easier for non-tech people. You talk to any tech guy, they're like, oh, what are you fucking, you using Apple? Like, oh, WordPress. Oh, you're not coding that yourself? Oh. Sacred defense of the homeland. Dude, that's my favorite, where he looks up like that. That's so cool. I should redo the intro in Lego. Thanks, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah. But like, it's one of those things where like when you only hear a word, right? That's kind of the thing that your mind goes to. I'm trying to think of what I did that with recently, but I do it on the stream sometimes. I'll like see a guy's name in print all the time, then I'll try to pronounce it on the stream and not know it.
And who loves you? And who do you love? Yes! One more time. And who loves you? And who do you love? Yes! Yes! Yes!
Is either making a Waterworld movie? I saw. I guess it's just gossip, but I believe it. Not Waterworld, I'm sorry. Westworld. Sorry. Waterworld would be sick, but no. Westworld. Sacred defense of the homeland. The puppet chain? Yeah, intro with me and Tony and Legos. That'd be cool. Yeah, anybody whose name is like that, I'm just telling everyone now. Like, Dakin, it's okay. We already went through this. No one's going to know how to pronounce it. You're going to annoy the streamer. They're going to resist saying your name until they finally have to, and then they'll say it wrong. Just have a name that's easy to pronounce, please. Like Weenus of Lore. Or Ayatollah Khomeini. That's so good. The show kind of thoroughly explored the concept. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with it. A prequel? No, they can't even do a prequel, really. And it wasn't like we had, like, beloved characters at the end. Yeah, Killian. Yeah. I watched that the other day. By the way, the new Running Man wasn't that bad either. I think it got, like, mid reviews, but I enjoyed it. Or not, I don't know, enjoy might be too strong of a word, but I wasn't bored. Yeah, I eventually got into Westworld. You're right though. I don't think it was the first season. Maybe the second one. Yeah, it was. It had ups and downs, but the writing team is good though, right? Isn't the writing team um, it's like um, who is it? It's like Christopher Nolan's brother, right? Jonathan Nolan. Lisa Joy. I see her name everywhere. Um, yeah, they should really do a Waterworld instead. That's what they should do. They should be like, psych, you guys funded Westworld, but we're actually doing Waterworld. You know, here's Kevin Costner's gills. Westworld Fallout. Yeah. Yeah, I think already the first season of Fallout, or what if we had 2 seasons so far? I don't know, I think the writing on Fallout's pretty good for being as complicated as it is. Like, there's a lot going on, and it somehow manages to like tell the various stories. And I've never played the game, and it's not even I'm not particularly crazy about the show, but I can, you know, I can identify good writing when I see it, you know. Rhubarb.
I don't want not endorse Surrey, Texas. I don't want to say that. I mean, I'm looking at it very slow. I like them both. I mean, I'll tell you what I do think. I think the Democrats have a weird candidate. 6 genders.
Who?
A real hit on Jesus.
Tallarico?
I mean, this guy is bad news with his mask from relatively recently, and he's a vegan. He's a vegan. All of a sudden, he's not a vegan. He's a vegan.
You talking about Eric Adams?
Texas doesn't like vegans. I do believe either one of them will easily win the race. I think that the candidate the Democrats have in Texas is a very flawed, very weak, I think he's a pathetic candidate.
Is he talking about? Did he mean to say Vegeta?
I endorse Surrey, Texas. I don't want to say that. I mean, I'm looking at it very slow. I like him.
That's Tallarico he's talking about? Yeah, no vegan powers. Yeah, 6 gender vegan is Tallarico. Okay, so he had a meeting, or no, not that he had a meeting. He doesn't remember the details at all. He remembers that it's like there's something to be nervous about, though, I think. Because I think Tallarico should scare the shit out of them, and I think he does. They've owned religious, patriot, they've owned all these categories for so long, and I think Trump has fucking really severed that connection, or let me say he hasn't severed it yet, but he's given them the opportunity to sever it, right? Like, the religious, patriotic lane sort of thing, you know, like, they still have probably, I don't know anybody's patriotic like that, I don't know, maybe, but like, they definitely owned religion since Reagan, and they haven't deserved it, and I think, you know, I think Tallarico really makes it clear that that's what an actual religious person looks like, and it's not like this MAGA evangelical psychotic bullshit. That should alarm them. How much you? I wonder what Fetterman says about Tallarico. That would be funny. Fetterman should probably. I don't see how he's going to remain a Republican or a Democrat anytime for too much longer. You know, like He's not going to endorse any of these fuck candidates.
Should I get that?
Hello?
Of course, the Democrats
Yes,
will
I'm
keep him
sorry.
as long as possible.
Could we talk
Make
a bit
him
later?
the new
I've got
fucking-
these
the
people
new
being
mansion.
the interviewers about the Nakba.
Would you vote for Piccolo or Vegeta? I didn't say hi to everybody. What's up, Too Old? What's up, Present?
I was 9 years
Booney?
old.
What's up,
It was
Matchy?
nighttime, and my father came
Rihanna?
into our bedroom
What's up,
and
Venus?
told us, surprisingly, to get on all
crossed through the
fours
Stargate,
and make our way to the
What's up,
staircase
Jinx?
that goes in
What's up,
to the
Lando?
roof.
What's up, Louie?
There were no windows on the staircase because bullets had come in
What's
through
up,
the wood
Pixels?
shutters at that stage.
Pixels,
And next
Sonics.
day, we just took what we could carry and went to my uncle Hussein's house in Nablus because there was no fighting in Nablus. The Zionists were, coming into Jerusalem. My father had a big, heavy key for our iron front door, and people, of course, locked their houses. When they left, and all they had of it was the key.
never let a stroke
when
and be
it turned
progressive
out
again.
that there
Yeah,
was
that's
no
what we
going
need.
back. That's
That's a
what
good
they had
idea.
in their hand from the house, and they probably just hung it on the wall, So it became sort of a
I
symbol.
don't know any religious people.
You have the key, but not the house.
fusion dance. During this period, the Haganah killed more than 400 Palestinian villages. Let's see the rest of that.
That's the craft of Palestinian women. That's one of
Really?
my mother's friends, whom I inherited. She's my friend's old lady. She has the biggest collection. Actually, in that drawer, I have some that you can look at.
Really?
I think it's good for you to just touch it.
I bet you
Actually,
there's
they're
some
very
unhinged
good because
replies
this
to
is
this.
here, so the woman walking, it would accentuate her hips. And there are certain smells. There's a smell when, after a rainfall, when that limestone has a certain smell when you walk
Ozone?
near it, It's just, you feel very close to the actual land. The story is about the Palestinian boy going into Israel, and his grandmother said, "Go to our village, bring me a handful of soil. I'll put it under my pillow and feel I'm sleeping, in my village." It's very strong. That I've lived in different places and I've always been an outsider. In England, actually we were called aliens on our passports. I lived in Italy, again, not part of it. And after the 67 war, I came here. In this diverse city, I feel most at home since leaving
Look at those books.
Palestine.
Holy shit.
I think that's important. And it's where you are. I don't know what happens to you, but I've seen the Rockies, and it's the soft hills of Palestine that
Really?
that actually touch me.
Oh man. You can see why they want to steal it. It looks fucking incredible. Alright, where's my shit? Ew.
Despite all of the triumphalist rhetoric
Where's Eugene
coming out
been,
of
man?
Washington, The reality.
Wait a minute, so I heard
is
Drake
that
said "Free Palestine" on the album, and DJ Khaled's mad. Is it true?
this war has not gone the way that the U.S. or the Israelis have expected.
This is my reading of the
Iran
thumbnails
is still
I saw.
standing. Negotiations seem to be totally stalled.
You want to listen to it?
Oil
I don't really listen to
prices keep
Drake.
climbing.
I listen to Kanye.
And there's an ongoing risk
I chose
of
Kanye in
a
the
wider
Drake
regional
Kanye
and even potential
dispute.
global economic crisis by the day, the longer that this
I know
continues.
that's not a thing.
Trump is, though, saying that
Oh,
he
he
wants
did?
a deal, but he's still kind of threatening
So he's trying to
annihilation,
pretend like he's been
in
fucking
between saying he
Palestine
wants
for the
a
day.
deal.
From the
Netanyahu's
jump.
determined
Wow.
to keep the war going indefinitely, it seems. So to
Yeah, I
find
don't even
out
follow
where we
him on
actually go
Spotify.
from here, I am so pleased to welcome Negar Mortazavi, Senior Fellow at the Center for International Policy and host of the Iran podcast. Negar, it's so lovely
One
to
of the
see
tracks has Rihanna on it.
It's lovely to be back. Thanks for having me.
Who's Molly Santana?
Well, I'm
Is
just
that
going to jump
Joel
right
Santana's
into
daughter?
it. I want to I guess start off by asking you, Trump, he keeps saying he wants a negotiated settlement, but
I
at the
don't see
same
any
time,
Rihanna
he keeps
songs.
threatening to destroy Iran if it doesn't comply. Seems completely unwilling
Future-
to compromise on anything,
Future's
like
big
to even
Israeli
move
head,
like a
isn't he?
centimeter. And then Netanyahu's openly talking about continuing this war indefinitely. And so I'm curious, from Tehran's perspective, is there actually a serious diplomatic track?
Everything, I get impressive on niggas. I got problems with people who I would've never dreamed, and that's dragging people in who don't wanna get in between. Dog, I was Aiden Ross with streams before Aiden Ross had ever streamed.
What?
And Cali, you know what I mean. The beef was fully live. You went halal and got on your deen. And your people are still waiting for a free Palestine, but apparently everything is in black and white and red and green. Damn.
Yo,
I'm seeing everyone's true colors for real. I'm sensing a theme. Everything.
what? That's not a good. What? It's not as black and. What did he say? It's not. Oh my god.
The beef was fully live. You went halal and got on your deen. And your people are still waiting for a free Palestine, but
Yeah, no. Your people are still waiting for a free Palestine. That's not him saying free Palestine.
apparently everything is in black and white and red and green. Damn. I'm seeing.
Apparently everything is in black and white and red and green. I mean, that's definitely not a free Palestine. That's your people are waiting for it. So he's somehow like calling Khaled out for not being loyal, like to an issue that he's also not supportive of. It's like calling somebody a sellout from the fucking record labels, like studio or whatever, you know? Aiden Ross. What the fuck, man? Damn. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, you're not rich enough? You need to, really? You don't want to just focus on being on the right side of an issue? You want to, like, continue to suck up to the fucking genocidal rich people? Really?
Back here, given what I just said about Trump and Netanyahu? Or
This shit
do the
sucks.
Iranians now see these talks
Is
as
there any
maybe a
bangers
cover
on here?
for more coercion and for more attempted efforts at regime change?
Kanye album
Great question,
fucking
Rania.
clears this easy.
I think a little bit of
Easy.
everything. I mean, there is a diplomatic track. I think there's a very narrow path to diplomacy. It's not very serious because, as you said, President Trump
dude, Kendrick would
oscillates
fucking, like,
between.
you know,
I mean, he wants
rip
to
out
exit
his
the war. That's
intestines
for sure.
verbally.
What we're hearing here in Washington, publicly, back channels. He's done with this war. He's also done with not winning it. But then he
Verbally
oscillates.
disembowel you.
I think first of all, every Monday comes
A
a
hurt
new
lover in every song.
post through social or some new trick for the market. That's one thing. The pressure from the market, as you said, the global market, the US market, that pressure is very serious. And so I think that really that pressure hits every Monday to try to
should
sort
do
of
like an
calm the
art rock
market
album.
one way or the other.
You should
The
get down
latest
with
was
Godspeed
that
and do,
freedom
like,
operation,
you know.
quote unquote humanitarian, using the Navy to force open the Strait of Hormuz.
But you know what he
which
should
failed in
do
less
is,
than 2
I
days.
know what he should do.
But then he oscillates between wanting that deal or diplomatic
He should get
solution,
with
which the
what's his
Iranians are open to, but not in the form of full capitulation or surrender.
You should
And
get
then
with
when
the
he
huge
doesn't
tumor.
get what he
Do some of that
exactly
shit.
wants out of
That
that
would be
deal,
cool.
which is a lot of taking and not much giving, then he oscillates back to, if we put a little more force, a little more pressure, maybe these Iranians will surrender and give up. And I think there's constantly that push and pull, maybe, I don't know, in his ear or in his mind, hard to read the mind, but between wanting that full surrender
Who's this
and
lady?
then digging deeper into this war with more pressure, more force, and less winning. And so from the
He's got
Iranian
Kid Rock on it?
viewpoint, a
That
few
would be
things that
funny.
you mentioned. One, that the
That would
Iranians
be
have
funny.
realized they are not losing this war, because for them, winning is very easy. Winning is just not losing. You know, the US has all these grand goals from day one. It was regime change, destroying their army, destroying their navy, destroying the nuclear program, people rising up and changing the regime. None of that happened. And in fact, the US created new problems. I mean, opening the Strait of Hormuz wasn't even a thing.
Does anyone know who this is?
Most of the world didn't even know where the Strait of Hormuz is. And now they see rising prices because of a result.
I think a lot of people knew where the Strait of Hormuz was. That's why it's so shocking that Trump and his people don't seem to understand at all, you know? That's the wild part. Hey man, I thought Villa won. Or, I guess, I saw a headline that was like Villa secures European football, but I guess somebody else lost.
Of this war. So there's a new goal that was created within the course of the war, which is opening the Strait of
See,
Hormuz,
Drake could
which
fuck with
is
this guy.
only going to happen through a
could do some
diplomatic
good stuff
solution and
together.
not what more force. But for the Iranian side, they don't have any of these grand goals. They haven't, talked about attacking a U.S. island or destroying anybody's army or navy or changing any regimes. For them, it's just standing, and they have been standing. They have been fighting. Yes, they're the underdog. US and Israel, two superpowers, two nuclear powers with almost absolute military supremacy, especially in the air. They've dominated Iranian skies, but there's a limit to that hard power. And I think for people who, Americans remember, and that's why this war is so unpopular in the US, but Iraq, Afghanistan, you go back, Vietnam. There's a limit to how much hard power can work for you, especially when you go to someone's country, someone's land, someone's territory. This is their domain. They're the home team. This is their terrain. It's a very large country, one of the largest in the region, one of the most populated. It's not easy. And whoever sold this idea to Donald Trump that this is going to be a cakewalk, it will be a few days or a few weeks, this is regime change, kind of Venezuela style. I think there was also this feeling of high post-Venezuela, that we did that, now we can do this. And none of that happened. So back to your question, I see a narrow path to diplomacy. The Iranians have tried. And I think there's genuine interest in Washington also to end the war, but how to end it?
Yeah, was that because, what's them called? What's their name? Lost? Who was in 6? Was that one of the B teams? No, I think Trump was lying about this shit. I think China was backing Iran, and I think they told Trump as much. And because I saw China announce the deal, maybe they didn't announce it, it just was revealed. But China signed a deal with Iran like the other day, either during Trump's meeting or right before Trump's meeting, for like paying their tolls in advance or something, like basically, or like, fast pass, easy pass type shit. No, yeah. So I think that's going to be the outcome, right? If China's already making deals like that with Iran, everybody's going to be doing that sooner or later. It's just a question of like trying to, appear loyal to Trump as long as possible or whatever. Chelsea lost. Okay. No. Well, the readout said that it was just artfully worded the way that Trump's statements were, and it was not aligned with China's statements were different. So like Trump posted something like China disapproves of militarization of the Strait of Hormuz or something like that. They support open free passage of the seaways or something vague, which wasn't necessarily contradicting what they actually said, but it was,
accepting defeat, accepting that no one is going to be the absolute winner. I mean, the
don't think they
Iranians are
need
also
anything.
not absolute winner. The country has been devastated with all the bombs.
Israel's been buying commercial drones and other, dual use products from China the last couple years, the whole time. Like, I don't think anybody needs to, you don't need to have, whatever your local Pete Hegseth is, doesn't need to, do a deal to get military equipment. Plus, again, the Iranians travel to their allies and show them how to build the Shaheeds, right? I'm sure there's other stuff that China does better, but Iran's fine. They don't need help from anybody. I mean, that's not true. I'm sure they would benefit from help from anyone, but they have their own production shit squared away. All these stories that we see in the news about a secret weapons deal, Iran needs weapons, blah blah blah. It's just trying to craft a narrative that they're that they're hard up and they can't get weapons and they're in rough shape. I don't think that's true. I think that's just trying to craft that narrative.
Coming in attacks, thousands of people dead. So yeah, I think both sides need to come to terms that, first of all, there's no absolute winner and no absolute loser. And also that diplomacy means give and take. You make concessions and you meet somewhere halfway.
Well, Negar, it's great to speak with you. And it's interesting that you say that we are in this kind of impasse in a way of there needs to be give and take. What's interesting, and you pointed out, is that Washington has kind of...
Yeah, I would be really dubious of those stories too. About Iran was stashing their jets in Pakistan, and maybe, right? But I just saw they had, the open source had one picture of one plane. And it was an old, transport plane. It wasn't even a fighter jet or anything. So I don't know. I would just be dubious of anything you read about from American sources trying to characterize Iran's military or industrial capacity.
Kind of shifted the goalposts almost kind of consistently.
Yeah, there was a whole thing, when they were doing the negotiations, there was a whole escort thing, and they did bring some stuff over there for the negotiations, and they might still have, some stuff over there or whatever. But it's certainly, the way I saw the news headlines trying to frame it was that, there was, a secret fucking, hangar somewhere with all the Iranian Air Force in it. I don't think that's true. Yeah, and I also think that, there's probably a lot of, it's in Kuwait and Iraq and all these other countries where technically they have, a puppet who's, loyal to the Americans, but, that's not at all democratic and that's not at all the popular position there. Pakistan, I think, is the same way. If you recall, Imran Khan was, I don't know how you want to characterize that, overthrown, arrested on trumped up fake charges, and he's been a political prisoner for several years. And I think this happened because he was gaining too much grassroots power and support amongst the working people in Pakistan. And he was doing things to stick up for Pakistan's actual interests, not America's interest, and that's a no-go, So I think the generals and the puppet political leaders in Pakistan who have sworn allegiance to Trump, they are, occupying the country basically. They kill protesters frequently. There's rigging the elections. we could see a revolution in Pakistan in the very near term. I think that's probably, I would say, one of the top countries where you could see something big go down. Just because the puppet government is such a tenuous grip on power and such a non-existent support, genuine support. And they're trying to make them do things that are directly contradicting their interests, like, sending weapons to Ukraine at their own expense, like, bullshit.
Straight, every day. Every Monday. Like clockwork. Every Monday, they're kind of like, no, now our goal with the war is this. Now it's this.
Yeah, took a picture on the jet that landed for negotiation and makes accusations a week later. Exactly.
Talks ongoing, and allegedly they're discussing certain items. So in these talks, what is the impasse? Where?
Like 1979 was in Iran, maybe. You could see something like that, but I don't know how religious they are there. I just think that their democracy is particularly a sham, right? Like, it's been, what's the expression? We have sham democracy everywhere, but it's like they hide it, I think they're doing a poor job of hiding it in Pakistan recently. And you see so many people were out on the street in the last couple of years, and they've had to be vicious to crack down on them. And again, like I said, a couple weeks ago, they shot like dozens of protesters, and they're trying to do very clumsily, trying to censor the internet. And there was that story about the guy who they kidnapped the guy had a big Twitter account in the UK or Canada or somewhere, and they kidnapped his brother, and they were like, we're holding your brother hostage until you tweet nice things about the Pakistani military. Just clumsy bullshit like that, which tells me that they don't have a firm grip on power, There's a lot of angry, agitated people who have recently had the scales falling from their eyes, and the people in charge are particularly poor at it and brutal.
Are the areas that you see that, both Iran and the US kind of are, allegedly refusing to budge on? And what is actually preventing them from making a deal in this moment?
So, there are a few items on the table or in these proposals that have been going back and
more
forth.
Like the Arab Spring.
And let's also
real.
not forget the Islamabad meeting was very historic. That's also one
picture of the Arab Spring, but real
point that gave me a little bit of hope and showed interest from both sides. This was the highest level of meeting between Tehran and Washington since the revolution. U.S. Vice President publicly meeting with the Speaker of Parliament, essentially a number 2 person in Iran, in Islamabad, for a few hours, face to face, in the course of the war. It was really historic and unprecedented. But then it also portrayed this lack of patience in Washington. If you remember the Obama years, just that JCPOA, the nuclear deal, took 2 years of intense negotiations at the foreign minister, secretary of state level with Europeans, Russia, China, 2 years. You can't resolve the entire kitchen sink in just 4 hours, even if you send the highest level. You send the highest level for that last final, touch or signature or cutting or whatever, solidify, but you need a framework. And what's lacking, I think, mostly in Washington, not so much in Tehran, is the patience. I think the president, he's been stuck in this war for 2 months, but the patience for deal making for peace is just so short. He wants it to start on Monday and resolve by Friday, end of market, or vice versa, Friday before open of market on Monday. I think that's one problem. And then also conceding or actually accepting that the use of force did not bring these Iranians to surrender. If you know a little bit of history and culture, and this is not just about the Islamic Republic, this is very much about Iran, you would know this. And in fact, I know there are smart Iran analysts inside the administration and outside who know all this. They've been saying all this. This is not news. It's just they weren't heard or taken seriously. So the understanding that this
Bring
use of
MF,
force
dude.
didn't
Oh,
bring
God.
any policy change, didn't bring any surrender, in fact solidified and made them more hardline and more resolved. And so now it's time for concession. I mean, the Iranians are willing to be flexible on the nuclear issue, I think, the nuclear program, which has been the main issue for Washington and also for Israel, who's pushed for this war. I mean, let's not forget, the Israeli
Because it
prime
was-
minister has pushed for
Hillary
this war,
was
has
the
put
first
this
term and
war
Kerry was
on
the second
table
term, I
of every
thought,
U.S.
right?
president, George Bush, Obama, Biden. Nobody took it because everybody listened to the advisors who told them this is no cakewalk. And then the quote-unquote president
They
of
all said
peace
this.
finally did this plan and failed. But the understanding
There was no plan.
that it
They didn't
has
have a
to come
plan.
from, concession and settlement and acceptance. And the Iranians, I think, are willing to be flexible in the nuclear
scumbags,
program.
dude.
They're not giving up the entirety of the program.
It's like usually
Their
when I
thinking
picture
is,
someone
we have
being
a right to a
beheaded,
civilian
I'm like,
nuclear program. But
like,
they've
I
said
could
time
see
and
them all
again,
be
public,
beheaded.
private, in their policy, in the
Karate
former
chop.
Supreme Leader Fatwa, that they don't want nuclear weapons. They don't want to weaponize the program. And President Trump has said he doesn't want them to have nuclear weapons. So if that's the issue, then there can be flexibility and concession. That's one issue.
like in Indiana
Opening the
Jones.
Strait of Hormuz. I mean, this is Iran's golden card.
Penitent
This
man
is
shall
their
pass.
main leverage in an asymmetric war where they're the underdog. Of course, they're not going to give it up front. So that's part of also the proposal to sort of for the U.S. to remove the blockade, Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, and then their long-term thinking as far as how they want to manage and sort of not fully lose this leverage point in case the war comes back, because this war didn't start this year. It started last year in June. There was a ceasefire and then the war came back from the Iranian viewpoint. And then, of course, economic relief. I mean, there has also, besides the war on the battlefield, there's been a silent war, economic siege, if you may, by the U.S. on Iran with severe sanctions on every Iranian industry ongoing for years. And that has really devastated the Iranian economy. It didn't bring any policy change, but it has really hurt the Iranian economy and the everyday life of Iranians. So the Iranians want to come out of this war with some form of economic relief. They have billions of dollars of assets frozen, blocked outside the country because of US pressure. There are sanctions on every industry. And there's also the cost of reconstruction of, massive bombing that they have to deal with. So these are the main issues. They've offered to discuss the nuclear issue down the line. It's more complex. It takes more time, more patience. But I think the stopping of the war permanently is their first priority, to make sure this war doesn't come back to them. It stops, it doesn't come back. Not a ceasefire, a permanent end. Some form of economic relief, opening the Strait of Hormuz, and then eventually down the line, the nuclear issue.
Yeah, it's really incredible because it's like Iran has basically proven, I think, or succeeded in proving at least so far that it can't be, Iraq or Libya, right? It's just this sort of like rapid breaking up through sanctions and bombing, or Syria, I guess. It's almost
Where's this lady
like the
from?
U.S. and the
I don't know
Israelis
her
haven't
background.
absorbed that lesson. So they keep trying the same things, and
Is she
now they're really
Lebanese,
focused
maybe?
on the sort of economic warfare aspect of it. At least the Americans are, with their
Nigga.
attempted blockade of the blockade,
Is that a
and maybe thinking
Palestinian?
that that'll make them collapse. And it seems like they're stuck on that thought, like they can't get past it, the Americans. So I guess my question for you is, and I know this is like kind of asking you to look into a crystal ball that you don't have, but maybe let's talk about what the options are here, because looking ahead, I just want to know, what do you think are the most likely scenarios that could take place? A return to a full-scale hot war, maybe kind of
Lebanese.
unstable frozen conflict with like sort of constant threats and various strikes, which I know the Iranians are like trying desperately to make sure that's not what happens. Or, are the Americans eventually going to fold? Is that even realistic? I guess, what do you
I
see
don't
taking
see
place here? And
Trump
there's
fucking
also
taking the L,
the added
that he's gonna
layer
have to
of the
do.
Israelis, which is like, are they even going to follow along with whatever the U.S. decides to do if it's not what they want?
Well, Ryan, let me first build on what you were saying, because I think there is an absolute lack of strategy in Washington, but not necessarily in Israel. I mean, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted this war to expand and also has wanted an Iran war. I mean, he wants to fight Iran to the last American soldier, and he got that war. I mean, it doesn't matter
That's a
how
great
well
line.
it goes. He just wants Iran weakened, eventually turned into a failed state. And it's not just Iran. Once Iran is done, potentially Turkey, then Egypt, then
It's
even
actually
Saudi Arabia,
Turkey.
any country in the region who can be a potential threat, any form of, power is something that, goes against that Israeli mindset of absolute dominance. So they need absolute security through absolute dominance, which comes at the cost of the insecurity of everyone else in the region. So I think Benjamin Netanyahu probably got what he wanted and wants this to continue. So that's one.
Walk away and not fix it,
On
and
the
the
US
economy
side,
will adjust.
There are a few things, a few pressure points that continue, it's boiling. One, the midterm elections, the congressional elections is coming up. Republicans are most likely going to lose at least one, the House of Representatives, as one reason, a direct result of this war, the
Democrats do
inflation,
not want to win,
prices, energy prices.
They do not want to win the midterms, I bet.
And there's also just generally that, what I said, the global energy crisis and the, pressure from the market. The war has been unpopular in the U.S. from the beginning, even before the war, throughout the course. Every poll you see, majority of Americans are against this war.
The idea of it has been
to Donald Trump
unpopular
when he ran for both elections.
The inception of the
he
idea.
was an absolute critic of these endless, stupid, silly wars in the Middle East. He attacked Barack Obama time and time again for thinking or even suggesting to attack Iran. I mean, if you look at his criticism of Middle East wars, it makes a lot of sense. You just remove the name and you put this in front of whoever's running the war. It makes a lot of sense. So this is an absolute U-turn that makes absolutely no sense. Also, let's not get started with the vice president. I mean, J.D. Vance. So that sort of
Who? Who's that? I haven't seen him in a while. Anyways, continue.
Taiwan.
He wants no part. He wants
Tony
no part of
Dokuli
this war.
got hit with the Havana syndrome, right? No, he didn't.
Anti-war, America first.
No way.
Part of the base.
Oh my God.
For them, this makes absolutely no sense. I mean, this war makes sense for nobody. For nobody around the world in the region. I was just in Doha for about 2 months.
On-air medical emergency.
Speak to people on the ground. It just makes no sense. Why? The question is why? Why? What? And when? I mean, these are the 3 W's I have. Why? Why did you do this? I mean, still to this day, it makes no sense. Depends on who you listen to at what day of the week. It's a different reason. What is this? Is this a military operation? Is this a limited incursion? Was this a war? Is it a ceasefire? The war is over. Operation succeeded, or is this going to be endless? And when? When is it going to end? Are you wrapping up in a few days? I mean, initially you listened to them, sounded like a few days, then a few weeks, then months. And now operation is over. Supposedly there's a ceasefire. So I think the pressure is mounting, and the Iranians are counting on this. This is part of the strategy. They knew that they can drive up energy prices. This will create a global crisis. This will put pressure on the U.S. consumer. It's clear that war is unpopular in the U.S. Americans don't have that appetite for going into yet another Middle Eastern country, making a big mess in the country, outside its borders, more instability, more insecurity, more chaos, and then leaving with lost U.S. blood and treasure.
Oh my
That's
God.
not very hard to crack. I mean, so that's been part of the strategy.
And I think
what the flip side of that, which is important, is that the Iranians are in it for the long game. They have a much higher tolerance for pain because they've endured this economic pain for a long time, so they think they can sustain it for longer. And then also for them winning, like I explained, is just not losing. You know, they're defending, so they can continue to do it. And as far as their missiles and their drones, we just saw U.S. intelligence confirming that they still have the capacity to shoot more and more missiles and drones. They've been replenishing. I mean, it's a very cheap war for them, the way they shoot these homemade arsenal of missiles and drones versus the $1 million interceptors and, you know, that whole U.S. presence in the region, which has cost.
Everyone's going to see both of them, though. You know? Like, the Venn diagram for these is probably... He got kicked out of the hotel as well because they didn't get permission to broadcast. Oh my God, what a shit show. Oh my God. That's... But these are not like... These 2 movies are guaranteed. Like, as much as you can have a sure thing, both of these movies are going to make $1 billion. You know, like these are both going to be fucking massive. And Barbenheimer wasn't the same thing. Though that wasn't a guarantee. It wasn't a guarantee that either of them were going to be, you know, blockbusters. Both of those could have flopped. Those types of movies flop all the time. You know, like big budget biopics and you know, whatever it like beloved adaptation of, you know, existing IP. You know. So it's just because they was scheduled this way and then they won't back down? The kitchen sink of X-Men? RDJ, not, how does that even work? I guess he's from another universe? That's stupid. So they're all back. So it's like a different version of them or what? Pedro Pascal, Ian McKellen. What, Magneto? Magneto's gonna be in it? Is Morbius in it? There's no Morbius, is there? Do you think Morbius would be in it? Dude, they should do a crossover. That's what they should do. They should have Paul fight Thanos. Ooh. Dune doesn't have quite the same box office pedigree, but the franchise has been rising in popularity. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. 714 million, and part 3 has the benefit of IMAX. The first two weren't in IMAX. It'll run exclusively for 3 weeks since he shot the film with the company's cameras. Dune and Doomsday are expected to split the remaining footprint of premium large formal screens. Yeah, Barbie shattered expectations with only standard screens. December 11th, why don't they move them up? They should put one of them in the summer. We have to wait till December for both of these? Come the fuck on, man. That's so far away. Where's the Space Brothers come before then? In fact, I think they're supposed to. Bledsoe is September, isn't it? He hasn't had a flop since Batman, for sure, yeah. Yeah. Tenet, 265 budget, 430 box office. I don't know about Tenet. I think Interstellar is like one of my favorite movies. If not my favorite movie. It's probably my favorite movie. If I had to pick one movie, I'd pick Interstellar. It's such a good movie. It's so good. I would double feature these. Oh man, I love that movie. Yeah, it's so good. What do you mean? It's beautiful, man. What are you talking about? The fucking technology that's unlocked by the end of that movie is like fucking like dead. Which again, the grandfather paradox aspect of it. But like, they made the thing. Like, they made the black hole that they used to travel to the black hole, right? But if you put that aside, that black hole technology that they have at the end of the movie is like, they can rebuild Earth. They can do whatever the fuck they want, you know? Anyway. Shark Boy and Lava Girl was not that good.
I mean, the cost of the war has just been massive for the U.S. and the requested budget, the new Pentagon budget, which is unprecedented in history. So I think this sort of the imbalance is one thing that the Iranians are counting on. I don't know who will blink first. I think the Iranians continue to show flexibility
of the black hole
for the negotiations, coming back with counter offers.
So good.
But it's not going to be surrender. So at the end of the day, I think the ball
the Matt Damon heel turn.
Washington's
no one
court,
saw that
just
coming.
like Washington started this war. President Trump can end it. And he can only end it if he also puts pressure on Israel, because without Israel moving towards a permanent end, this war is not going to end. So he started it, he has to end it, and he can.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. Negar, really appreciate you coming down to break all this down. Looking forward to having you back on soon so we can hear more updates.
Thank you so much, Ron.
Yesterday morning at approximately 3 a.m., DHS and HSI stormed and raided 4 different locations for 4 different activists. One was VC Defensa member Leo Martinez, who was at home sleeping. The second raid was at his shop. The third location, a volunteer in Thousand Oaks. And a fourth was a community activist and her boyfriend, and her 2 minor children, one being on the spectrum, leaving the entire family completely traumatized.
It is unjust what they are doing to our community. The Department of Homeland Security deciding to put a task force specifically for a grassroots organization is uncalled for, and we must say no to it. We will not stand by and allow them to continue trying to intimidate us. And more importantly, we are not gonna stop. As VC Defensa, we started this organization before Trump was even elected, because we knew whether it was the Democrats or it was the Republicans, they were both coming after our people. They were both coming after the immigrant communities. And we are here to say that that is not gonna happen. Not on our watch.
Get him. You wanna watch some Grimm? Dude, you see Al Jazeera has a UFO thing. It's probably bad. Would you rather watch Grimm on Katie Halper's show or Grimm on Majority Report? Dude, David Dole has a whole video about the Drake album. The Drake Free Palestine thing. There you go. Balls. Alright, so nobody's picked. Oh, okay, sorry, never mind. You did pick Majority Report, sorry. Okay, that's what I was gonna pick anyway.
And now, time for the show.
Sunset Lake CBD.
The Majority Report with Sam Seder, where every day's Casual Friday. That means Monday is Casual Monday, Tuesday, Casual Tuesday, Wednesday.
As to mifepristone of the knock, everybody can relax. On audio only. That's obviously not President Xi. That is a translator. I mean, it sort of goes without saying, but I just wanted to make sure.
Where's Grimmy?
The whole world is watching.
I mean, it doesn't have a hole in it. No, I mean, it protects your credit cards from RFID tracker. Super Plattner was actually like an oysterman, or was like some question like, was he doing lobsters, or this guy's, he's dragging soft shell clams in? What's going on?
There's some effort to call into question whether or not he's actually an oysterman, or whether he's just kind of playing games at one. It's ironic there, now that Abdul El Sayed and Plattner, he's leading, Plattner's winning. They're taking El Sayed down a few pegs, and they're trying to push Plattner up a few pegs. They're like, this guy's not as elite as he says. He wasn't actually a physician. This guy Plattner, he's more elite than he says. He went to this private high school. So maybe they're just going to meet in the middle, and they're just then average guys each.
Well, I mean, this is actually this is good, because I wanted to talk. I want to touch on all the stuff about the sort of redistricting wars and whatnot, and maybe we'll get to that. Why don't we start with this, because it is sort of fascinating to watch the freak out that is happening. Like, because you and I have been doing this stuff, I mean, for 20 some odd years now, from your days as a cub reporter at the HuffPost.
That's right.
And there's never been a time where I think the establishment corporate wing of the party was as backheeled as they are now, which is not to say that they still don't retain. Power in the party, but they're more backheeled than I've ever seen them before, and they're flailing in a way that I also haven't seen them before. Like, we saw the abundance thing, and whatever you think about the zoning restrictions in San Francisco or in specific parts of California or whatnot,
it's close enough.
They attempted to make that into some type of movement because they realized, like, they can't push the sort of moderate centrism. It's quite obvious what that is now, and they're freaking out. Yeah.
No, it's true. They freaked out a little bit at Bernie Sanders, but then they were in 2015. But then they're like, all right, we got this. We've got this under control. Then they freaked out a little bit more when AOC and the squad came in, but they're like, nah, we've kind of got this. But yeah, it's just been building and building and building, and the anger continues to build. And I think what they're seeing is that the thing that was holding back the kind of Bernie and the squad was that Democratic primary voters still had a lot of respect for the institutions of the Democratic Party, and even for their individual leaders. That's gone. Like, yeah. Chuck Schumer. Somebody was telling me they were at a room full of donors for like a book party event, 50, 60 private thing in Washington D.C., and Schumer got the iciest reception that she'd ever seen him get anywhere. And this is among like party brass, right? Like even the like everyone is like, you guys have led us to Armageddon and defeat.
People forget, like, Nancy Pelosi amongst Democratic voters had something like a 80% approval rating, and Hakeem Jeffries is, I think, isn't in the depths that Chuck Schumer is, right? But he's not. He's not at a 60 or 70% approval rating by Democratic voters. I mean, that seems to be the big difference, is that really just the Democratic voters are changing in this way and are being, in some ways, more sophisticated. And the way that they're attacking Plattner, still even, a little bit, and the way that they attacking Abdul El Sayed, Chris Robb is running for Congress in Pennsylvania's 3rd, I think it is. Yeah. We had him on. And when he came on, I realized, like, I had interviewed him. He used to be a blogger back in the day. Netzian, I think it was, or something like that. I mean, I don't know if you remember that blog.
He's an OG.
Yep. And we're seeing
Chris
folks
Robb.
like Cory Booker, Josh Shapiro, apparently coming out against him. And there's some controversy about one of Sharif Street, who had tried to redistrict away other Democratic seats in the state to maintain his. Yes, this is like in 2022.
Yes.
And I mean, The problem, I think, that it's becoming clear is that the argument always used to be Democrats have to win this. So don't get too ambitious on an ideological level. And they would claim that it was ideological ambition. And I think we could argue against that. But the idea was don't be going for somebody who's so progressive because we need to win this.
Right.
And I think what's being revealed is that like this cadre of people don't know how to win.
Right.
And don't necessarily care about winning outside of themselves.
Right. Yeah. If your whole thing is being a winner, then you have to do some winning. And Sharif Street's one is incredible because, yeah, he cut a deal with Republicans in Pennsylvania. The courts came in and like blew it up. So like it wasn't as if he even failed at that. Like he only failed because of the courts. He took Brendan Boyle and Dwight Evans, their congressional seats, and mashed them together, trying to force a Democrat on Democrat primary so that he could have this other seat that he could then run for. I mean, and his dad is like a corrupt, Pennsylvania legacy guy too. And it would have meant fewer Democrats at both the state level and the congressional level. And he was comfortable with that in order to, get a leg up himself. And that was just a couple years ago. So yeah, I think you're exactly right that regular voters are like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think and they're tired of the sort of like failure of partisanship as opposed to from an ideological standpoint. And one of the things that I think that it's clear, I think like when you look to Michigan, ideology is definitely playing a big part in it. I think one of the things that helped Plattner was a certain amount of partisanship too. I mean, he obviously ideologically is also very much to the left, but he articulates an idea of like, we've got to fight these people. Like we can't not go into it. I mean, and
also like how many, I think Maine voters were like, how many
Democrats had a choice
women in a
between
row are we
Bernie
going
and
to put
Trump,
up
and they
against
chose
Susan
Trump.
Collins?
That's
So I
true.
think some of it was just raw identity politics from Maine Democrats who were like, we've tried this type of moderate centrist Democrat against Susan Collins so many times, and we get waxed every time. Let's try something different. So I think that played a role too. So they're like, yeah, you guys aren't winning.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's some of that is changing on some level. But let's talk about the one other element to this, and I want to pivot into like we don't have a DNC autopsy apparently because Ken Martin. One of the stories that we've been given is that it was just done so poorly that it's embarrassing to show people.
Prepared to believe that in part.
I am too, although it does also feel like a limited hangout in some respects. Yes. In that there could be other stuff that's worse. Who knows? It's quite clear we're not getting it. In fact, I mean, and there was a piece in the Bulwark by
Rob Flaherty.
Rob Flaherty, who was in charge of like digital. Is that basically it?
Yeah, and he was in the leadership. Yeah, he's in the senior leadership.
And it's an interesting piece. It's definitely worth reading. There's some parts that I want to highlight as we talk. I have to say, in general, I'm skeptical because this is what I would do. If I'm on Project Limited Hangout, I'm going to get out there. I'm going to give my version of the autopsy. And if I have some friends I want to protect, I protect them. I do a somewhat mea culpa, but it's like really a mea cul, and I'll save some of the pa, and that's what's going on there. But there was a couple of things that I thought were interesting in it. What was
that Ken Martin interview was horrific.
Just the overall arching, both the idea of we may not see the autopsy and what Flaherty wrote here.
He writes it in this very marketing-oriented kind of Democratic style, and he talks about the lack of a brand identity that Kamala had. And while I recoil at the use of that kind of language when it comes to
she
politics,
definitely had a brand, man.
Okay, fine. Like if we use that language, yeah. Like she didn't really have a brand other than the Brad Summer type thing. But to the extent that she did not have like a Mamdani brand. Mamdani had a brand. He's going to make New York more affordable for you. Like you got that from him. And he loves New York, and he wants it to be for everybody.
I'm a lover of New York.
He didn't. I would have liked to see him get into more of the kind of the fight between Mark Cuban and
New
Reid
York,
Hoffman and the major donors who prevented her from having that brand because that brand would have cut against their oligarchic interests.
That part was real. There was two things that I thought, in that way that was missing was, everything was supposed to be like, we're going to do what Biden says.
Just like read off.
We're going to be an extension. We're not going to make any changes from Biden, which was also a decision that was a bad decision. We'll talk about Gaza in a minute, but just in general, and in a change election, that was a bad decision. But if you're going to do that, then why not promote the most popular aspects of Biden's agenda, which were the antitrust and the labor stuff,
right?
And the extension of like all the the problem is the American Rescue Act stuff did not have durability. It got sunk in Build Back Better. You could have pushed those, but like you say, they couldn't do that because Tony West, because of Mark Cuban, because of the chief litigator for Google, who was fighting the antitrust and doing her debate prep. I mean, so there was the lack of a brand was a reflection of a campaign and
Tony
maybe
Westside
a future administration
campaign.
that was unclear as to what they were doing and cutting against their sort of like best attributes.
It was Tony Dukakis Westside.
But there was other stuff like they shut down Tim Walz, which was I think part of that fight. They shut down the weird stuff, which was I think the single most effective thing you could say about Republicans ever. There's a story about where they shut down using Project 2025 as a thing and wanted to call it the Trump extreme agenda, and then they sort of dropped the ball on all that.
Tony Dukakis.
He writes it as if it was just like a
Dukakis.
Just a poor choice of assessing what to call it. But there's been a habit over the past decade with Democrats, particularly like Biden Democrats and Schumer, of not tying Donald Trump closely enough to the Republican Party.
Or just being gentle, just being too gentle. And it's not gentle to say extreme, blah, 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 but those are not words people use. Like, what do they say? Extreme Trump, like whatever.
Extreme MAGA at one point they called it or something like that. But my point being that they always tried to separate MAGA from Republican.
Right.
And, then they had another qualifier, extreme MAGA. So we have three different types of we have MAGA, extreme MAGA, and Republican.
Flavor
and the fact
blasted
is
MAGA.
that every single thing Donald Trump is getting away with, all of the incredible amount of corruption, all of it, could not happen if there was 10% of the Republican Party that said, no, this is way out of bounds. This is a Republican Party project. Project 2025 was a Republican Party project. It has all of the greatest hits from the years and years, and they never tie them into one. Schumer was allergic to it in 2016. Clinton was too. Like the last 3 months of that campaign, it was like Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell were on a witness protection program. You never heard anything of them, and they should have been held to account. But they wanted to protect the fever's going to break, the Republicans are going to come around, we need a strong Republican Party, all that stuff. And they still wouldn't do it. The other thing that struck me was the Gaza stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And some of this I agree with. I've been saying this since in the run-up to the election. Given the Biden's administration position, Gaza was an impossible issue to communicate around. Now, that in of itself is also like, excuse me? It wasn't the Biden administration's position. The campaign seemed to go at great lengths not to differentiate whatsoever. They could have had a slightly different position. They could have indicated there's going to be a change. They could have indicated any of that, but they didn't want to. That was a choice.
Right. And a terrible choice.
A bad choice.
Yeah.
But it says protesters drove coverage away from campaign events. Digital creators or even supporters were afraid to say anything nice about Biden because their comment section would get rocked. I could just say, speaking for myself, I was so disgusted by the policy that I didn't want to say anything nice about Biden, even though there was a lot of things that, prior to his Gaza policy, I think it was one of the best presidents I've had in my lifetime for my issue sets.
Yes, there's actually a tweet that's from Prem Tucker right around October 7th, 2023, of all the things that Biden had just done like that last week when it came to like NLRB, antitrust,
I can't
IRA,
get the vision in my head.
Like a list of like things that you could never even have dreamed he'd be able to accomplish when he was sworn in. And I had the exact same feeling. I don't care about my comments. election or whatever. As people can, I think I have standing to say that. I get roasted constantly by my own people.
Oh, even by our people too. We're going to get to that in a second. But
bring it, people, bring it. That never has stopped me from saying anything. Obviously, what was stopping me was the exact same thing you're talking about. I'm so disgusted by what they're doing that I'm not talking about this NLRB ruling right now.
100%. And for many voters watching the horrific, painful footage out of Gaza, it became a moral question, one we didn't have a good answer for. In ways that may not be reflected in a poll, it meaningfully reduced enthusiasm. And this is what I was saying all the time, because I was hearing this from everybody I knew in sort of like get out the vote, sort of like outside groups who go and motivate people, is that we're telling our people to go out and nobody's psyched to do this because they all feel the exact same way. Like, this is gross. I know that Trump needs to lose, but there is absolutely, the campaign's not giving us any reason to.
I can't find it.
Right, and the way these campaigns work, that in every circle, a couple people that are pretty active in politics, and then kind of look to them for guidance on how to think about. You ask your friend like about the Senate race or whatever. In my case, it's me, and then I tell them. But if you separate that link between the National Party and the people who are in the middle there, that's a multi-billion, costs you billions and billions of dollars to recreate. Like, you can't pay your way into reproducing that linkage.
I think that assessment is correct. There was the first order problem of some votes being lost. And then there's the second order, which is actually the bigger problem, is that all of the people who are supposed to motivate people to go out are completely demoralized because they're the ones who are paying attention to this and they're just disgusted by it on a fundamental level. But he elides the primary question is like, this is all fallout from Harris not signaling in any way that she was going to have any type of change of policy, whether it was to, have a Palestinian speak at the DNC. I mean, to forefront Phil Gordon or something. Like, there was a multitude of ways that they could have done it, but they were afraid to. And that speaks to, that speaks to, I think, like, her failure as a politician.
Right. She was also probably, after Biden, uniquely the worst person to run because of that exact reason. She was caught in this trap of, which he talks about. If she breaks with Biden, she's worried, okay, well then the question is, well, why didn't you do anything about this? This is your administration. Like, it's very hard for you to run against the administration where you're the vice president. Which is why Biden shouldn't have run, and there should have been a primary.
You flavor
he said in the beginning,
if
there was a kind of populist outsider that ran against the Biden administration, they probably would have been in a better position to beat Trump. But that's neither here nor there for his analysis. I think, obviously, that person would have been better positioned. But the things that dragged her down were the things that she really couldn't have done much about. She could, like, I think, you say, look, I was the vice president. I didn't agree with it. I got overruled. Like,
no daylight, kid.
I don't think that's such a hard thing to have done. And I also,
she was running the administration.
That's the thing, is that, like, there was plenty of room for her to create even a slight distance. There are always ways to improve, and nothing I could do that would be different could have existed without the foundation that Biden created. And we should be listening to Palestinian voices more. And in my administration, I'm going to endeavor to hear that side more, and we'll see. Like, even that would have been an indication of at least some daylight, and they didn't even try that. I don't know if it would have been sufficient, but...
Or how about this war ends the day I'm sworn in, and if they want a better deal, they better get it from Biden now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm talking about the least. I'm like just like calculating the very, very, very least that she could have done, and she didn't even do that. That's the point.
Right.
I am still skeptical as to, like, what would be in an actual autopsy and whether they have one or not. But it also feels like Ken Martin's got to go. Like, and even though we're 6 months away from an election, it doesn't feel like it would make much of a difference based upon what seems to be going on over there.
Right. He's going to hold on, and they'll win the House and Senate, maybe.
And then he'll say it's because of us. Well, let's...
Michael Steele, he always remind people, he was the chairman in 2010. Like, he's like, that was me, buddy.
Yeah. Maybe it was. Let's talk about the outlook for the House and the Senate has changed, particularly the House, not the Senate really, because of the assault on the Voting Rights Act. Aside from, like, and I should say, this is not to downplay the fact that, like, the implications of reversing the Voting Rights Act, I think, are far greater than just how many seats Democrats are going to get, and even far greater from like the fact that we're going to lose probably 20 seats of black representatives across the country. It is the most explicit expression of like, I don't know, we're in a post-Reconstruction era, like we're in a new Jim Crow type of scenario. Obviously, same laws haven't been passed, but we'll see. But we're in a distinct revanchist era right now.
It is the current Supreme Court opinion is that it is legal to gerrymander for partisan purposes, but it is illegal to draw districts in line with the Voting Rights Act, which was an act of Congress that was passed repeatedly and renewed repeatedly. I think most recently in 2007, right before they struck it down again.
Yes,
it was the 1960s Act. No, bro, they passed it. They renew it regularly.
It was 98 to maybe 2 or 1 in 2007 in the Senate. And Scalia cited it in 2013 in the Shelby County when their first assault on the Voting Rights Act. They've been hitting different sections of it over the course of the past 12 years, 13 years. And he said in that, I don't know the exact words, but he said they only reauthorized it because they were afraid to vote against it. They were too embarrassed. They want to be seen as racist. In what planet can a judge go into the minds of lawmakers and A, assess why they vote for something, but B, judge why they vote for something? You can't say they only did that because they were afraid of their constituents.
They only did that because it represented the will of their constituents.
Exactly, it's insane.
Like what? Why else should they do something?
So the only upside to this is that there seems to be a greater understanding amongst at least the younger Democratic establishment and other Democrats that we need to do something about court reform. Like this is something that should have happened under the Biden administration. And there also seems to be at least some understanding. Maryland, I think now is going to redistrict. The governor's starting to come around. Spanberger, I mean, they could do more stuff in Virginia that would highlight the fact that there have been 3 Republican states that have packed their courts in the wake of other decisions they didn't like in the past 5 years, 6 years. Utah, I can't remember where else it was. There were 2 other states. Utah was the most recent. No, not Wisconsin. I think it was like Ohio.
Ohio, they overruled it and they just ran with it anyway.
Yeah. Yes. Virginia could do this.
Good. Constitutional amendment. Like, it's not up to the Virginia Supreme Court. They're calling out the paperwork. It's like,
the technicality was not even a legitimate technicality, frankly.
So yeah, the Constitution you interpret the Constitution. The Constitution's been written by the voters. Like the interpretation it's not up for interpretation. It's very crystal clear what they passed.
It does feel like, I don't know, we had read a quote from Hakeem Jeffries where he said, like, we're going to crush their soul on this stuff if we take over the House and the Senate. And I mean, it's nice to hear that stuff. And I think that there's a sense amongst progressives in the House that Jeffries is a lot less ideologically cemented than Nancy Pelosi was.
Yes, and also a lot of these CBC members worked on issues when it came to business interests for their states. Worked very collaboratively over decades with Republicans. So I think they feel an actual sense of betrayal as well.
The CBC does.
Yeah.
There's also an interesting thing that, like, John Lewis, apparently, like, I've been reading, I think it was John Lewis was, like, hesitant about some of the Voting Rights Act stuff in 1985, where it was sort of expanded in some ways, because he felt that it was going to break up the relationship between white progressives and the black community, which traditionally was actually had like a more vibrant sort of like radical tradition. And it's funny because I had the late Glenn Ford on in 2012. He was arguing that Obama had killed that tradition, and that Obama, because of that, was the greater evil. And I've been thinking about this stuff with the Voting Rights Act and the idea now that like white progressives and black candidates, because you got guys like Gregory Meeks, and this guy's about as corporate as they get. I mean, he's like Chris Coons, but from Queens. Right. And it could bring about a different type of coalition that you see in some places, like Chris Robb, for instance, of Pennsylvania's 3rd, where where identity politics in and of itself doesn't carry the day, that it's going to cause. And now, I think overall, this is not a good thing for our country for a myriad of reasons, but it'll be interesting to see if the coalitions grow. And there's and we get more the CBC pulls to the left.
So hard, this song, this whole album.
Well, the younger
so
CBC
hard.
members are already, like, if you just chart them out, way to the left of the older CBC members. That's an interesting point that he makes. Now, in a lot of those states, there won't be a coalition to put into power.
Right.
They'll just nuke them down to zero. Now it also, as Democrats have been saying, be careful what you pray for. I think, as Clyburn put it, he thinks that 3 seats become viable in South Carolina if they try to nuke his. Now, maybe Republicans win all 3 of those. Maybe they don't.
Right.
And a working class coalition, in the long run, might be more competitive in those 3 seats, and so they may end up, having fewer Republicans and more black Democrats, but supported by more white voters. So yeah, it's what they're trying to do is indefensible. That they might fail is not a defense of what they're trying to do.
Yes, I mean, I don't know. As soon as you say that, I think of some folks justifying January 6th by going like, "Oh, they're old and not adept, and nobody there was, like, I'm sorry, you rob a bank. Just because you're incompetent at it doesn't mean that you didn't break the law."
Right, and it will work for them.
And there's also like just while we're on this, and then we'll get to the big debate that we're going to have. You have an intern who's running for Congress. Is that right?
I do. That's right.
A former intern.
I got an intern. I got an oysterman. Yeah.
Tell us about him.
Yeah, Austin Allman. I used to say 5 years ago or so. He was my intern back at The Intercept, and he went on from there to do work in the anti-monopoly space.
Yeah, he was writing for The Prospect occasionally, and also at what was the name of the Open Markets?
Yes, yeah. He's from Lincoln, Nebraska, or not Lincoln. I think a town out. Nathan, maybe it's called some town out that I've never been to outside of Lincoln. Grew up. He struggled hard. Worked his way out of Nebraska to Minnesota for college. And then has moved back there since. He launched his campaign ad. He's brutal story of his mom taking her life as the bank is coming for their home, and he fighting to get it back and fighting to uplift his family members. So there was a primary in Nebraska last week. The kind of centrist Democrat who I think the progressive candidate raised like $50,000 or something, very little.
He was outspent. The $50,000 candidate, that candidate, I want to say it was Kavanaugh or something like that. Kavanaugh was outspent over 10-1. I think in that.
Was that the Denise Powell Kavanaugh race?
Oh, maybe yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
that was the other race.
This was the other one.
Regardless.
I think Buckmeyer is a guy's name who won the race. He's worked in the State Department for 20 years. Whether you believe Austin's poll or not, they did a poll that showed that when you laid out the bio of the Democrat in a very favorable way, like they write, he worked in the State Department for both administrations. He's going to bring down costs. His numbers went down. I've almost never seen that before in a poll, where you very honestly and fairly describe who the guy is. It's like 20 years in the State Department, and then coming back to Nebraska, people are like, you know what, you got to pass on that.
Yeah, there's an there's an anti-government, there's a pro-change sentiment, and I don't say anti-government as much as maybe anti-government personnel.
Right.
The Democrats plan to essentially endorse, or more or less quiet endorse, Dan Osborne running for Senate. The Democrat who won the race has promised to drop out,
right,
so that she will not be competition with Osborne. What are the chances of that happening in this congressional race?
So he met with the chair of the Nebraska Party. He pitched, a plan. I talked to her yesterday. She rejected that plan. The party is currently standing behind the Democrat. What Austin is saying is that he's going to make the case over the next few months that he's the viable one, and then it would be, let's say he manages to pull that off. Then it's up to the party whether or not they agree and whether or not they want to step aside. And then you would think that it goes both ways. That if he can't prove it over the next several months,
that he's viable.
Right. That it would
that
be
he would
drop out.
Yeah.
Now, whether he could do that or not, I don't know. But like, it's a different situation than Osborne, which makes him in some ways more independent. Like us, because the biggest knock on Osborne is they'll say he's actually a Democrat in independent clothing.
Right. Interesting. I mean, it really is. I mean, he really is an independent in this regard. I mean, but his policies, I think, are very aligned with progressives. All right, let's get to this. This is what why people are tuning in, and so for my radio instincts are like you backload this. We would have held people over the commercial break many times. So you tweeted out. Can we find that tweet? We should have probably pulled this. You tweeted out.
Oh yeah, I forgot they had beef.
Like this happens over and over again. It seems like there's like
happened?
waves of in which ways that AOC is attacked. I'm not saying you were attacking AOC.
Oh my god, Sam, you pussy, dude. Oh, dude.
Waves of attacks, and here it is. Ryan Grubb, here it is. This is what you tweeted out. What was the date on this? May 8th or something. Okay, so this is in response to AOC saying that she doesn't personally trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thinks he's sort of Johnny come lately.
Against her bill.
She was at an event where they asked her about making transpartisan coalitions. And she's talking about legislation. She's paired up with she's done this many times, maybe more than most in Congress, with Republicans to push legislation. She said, I wouldn't do this with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And you swooped in and wrote, MTG sacrificed her. Hold on for 1 second. You wrote, MTG sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, against the Epstein class, and to defend the survivors of Epstein's trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could. Okay. Yeah. What the? I mean, come on.
Why don't we also read what I didn't say there? There are a lot of things I didn't say that people ascribe to that.
Well, let me say this. I disagree with the second word in that, sacrificed. Because if you recall that her one piece of legislation that she promoted, this amendment to a defense bill, which AOC voted against the entire bill.
Why does Sam feel the need to do this?
Came
to somehow
after
downplay her sacrifice.
She was rejected by Donald Trump to run for Senate and for governor in Georgia. He said, no, Marjorie. This is also after she was basically...
Because she made too much money because she was the #1 fundraiser for the National Party. Not because she didn't have a future. Like, that's ridiculous to pretend that, like, that is somehow, that's this crawl, like, sticking in her craw. You didn't fucking care about running for governor of Georgia? Like, are you kidding me? Like, that's such a dumb conspiracy to have made that up. Like, I never saw any reporting of that nature either, by the way. Like, I don't understand, why he even has to pick that, but, like, I don't remember any reporting like that, but I also don't think that she was, like, fucking, she was a national name, a national brand. Like, there was no point for having her go governor because she fundraises literally all over the country for the Republicans. I'm saying she's their #1 fundraiser. Like, she's their AOC. Like, if some fucking douchebag in Wyoming gets MTG to come speak at his rally, like, yeah, those two were beefing. Yeah. Sam doesn't need to fucking do this, though. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, of course they don't want her to run for Senate. Yeah. See? Where's this Trump thing coming from? Yeah, prolific fundraiser and darling of conservative media. Any Republican can beat us off. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what do you think, like, this is not Trump? First of all, this is not Trump. Second of all, this doesn't mean anything. Like, she could have fucking done whatever she wanted. She's definitely fucking popular enough to fucking win this race by herself. But, like, I think it's a dumb thing to argue about. Like, and again, I don't think there's, like, yeah, they don't want her to fucking run anyway because she's not under their thumb. That's a dumb argument anyway. Like, even if Sam's right, it's like, okay, Trump didn't want her to run for governor, but like, yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole point, right? Because they're trying to get her to fall in line and she won't do it. You know? She doesn't need Trump's endorsement. She's one of the few Republicans who doesn't. That's what I'm saying. She doesn't. She's one of the only people who has any credibility left in that fucking party. Like, the shit is shot to shit among anybody like under 50. Whatever. Again, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't really know that this narrative really works anyway. And it doesn't matter. It's like, she didn't need Trump to continue politically. She could have continued politically, you know, as a Thomas Massey type. And again, like, would have retained some semblance of credibility into, you know, once Trump's gone. Like, this is like historically bad term as president, and it's going to be understood as such, like, right from the jump. Like, you know, you could say like Trump won, he was like, you know, he was like mischaracterized and like he didn't really get a fair shake or whatever maybe. But like Trump 2 was like just so pathetically bad on every level from the jump, you know. Dude. What do you mean it's complicated? What's complicated? This fucking guy. Yeah, I dispute it. Look, my opinion is my opinion. Like, I don't need to, like... I think Sam's dumb for making the argument, like, it doesn't matter what Ryan says in response to it, you know? Like, I just don't understand the need to... Like, I understand why AOC does it, right? I don't see the need for, like, her fans to do it on her behalf. Like, don't fucking downplay what MTG went through, because it seems like it was pretty shitty. Like, they were threatening her kid, you know, and I can tell just, like, she's not, like, that good of an actress. Like I said all along, she's always been... She drank the Kool-Aid, she believes all the shit that they fucking know that they're lying about, you know? Like, she's always been like that. Like, Lauren Boebert pretends to be like that. MTG actually is like that. And I'm definitely convinced by her, like, watching Candace Owens and being like, holy shit, this is horrible. You know, like, watching Candace Owens and then clicking on a fucking Grey Zone link, you know, watching Matt Gaetz' show, right? Like, watching Candace Owens and Matt Gaetz, and then, like, this is awful. And she was already not being paid because of the space laser thing. Like, right when she got into office, right? She was already on the anti-Semite list. What? I mean, look, I don't care how dumb she is if she has a moral compass that doesn't let her support genocide. You know, that's an improvement. You don't need to be smart to do the job. You just need to, like, you know, not take money from every single rich fucking, you know, from every donor that wants to give it to you. Like, that's all it is, really. It's just like, if you have, like, the moral fortitude to reject any of the advances, right? You could just reject like 1%, and you'd be better than your competition. Like, every single politician just takes whatever amount of money is on offer to do whatever awful thing they want them to do. Like, if you say no to any of it, you're an improvement. Yeah, we were talking about this last night. Dude, do you have a link to the video of the thing happening? You're telling me for the first time. You don't need to have believed Trump. What do you mean, believe him about what? Like, I think people were attracted to, like, you know, him, like, you know, like, wrecking things. You know? Or, even if they didn't realize it, I think that's what a lot of people were voting for.
Kept from House leadership. So she's got her millions of dollars that she has done.
It's just the ineffectiveness of our democracy. Like, the lack of representation in our democracy and people's implicit understanding of the lack of democracy. That they wouldn't vote for someone like that. It's like a nihilistic thing to do. You know? I don't necessarily see it as dumb. I see a lot of dumb people who did it, but the motivation to do it run the gamut, you know? Yeah, no, I think if you thought he was going to, like, do, you make America great again or whatever, you know, that's pretty stupid, but, like, you know, I don't want to discount the motivation to fucking, you know, just tear it all down, right? No, like, he didn't, like,
by insider trading in the House. Not illegal, but arguably unethical.
Why are you doing this, though?
She decides she doesn't want to be in Congress anymore, so much so that she's going to resign in 5 months from that time. It was mid-July where she got the axe on the and that's when she also introduced the legislation.
Again, Sam's making
so
this
she didn't
up.
really sacrifice her political career.
Yes, she
She took the only path that was available to her, which is, I'm going to leave. Maybe she'll come back someday.
Sam, but, like, the implication is that she would not have won re-election? What? Like, it's just such a stupid argument to downplay her career. Like, are you, like, I'm, like, the most popular Republican fundraiser, one of the most popular Republicans in the entire world, right? Like, one of the most popular right-wing politicians in the entire planet. Like, it's definitely a sacrifice.
But she had nowhere else to go.
I think Massey will
No,
win.
there's another path. The path is continuing to be in the House. Lots of people have tried to get Trump's endorsement to run statewide for something, not gotten it, and they keep it moving. Like, she didn't have to go after him.
Yeah,
You don't have
no,
to
that's
quit.
what I'm saying. Ryan is like,
Oh, she was pissed. She was spurned. I mean, look,
Sam,
she didn't have to do that, but we've seen her impulse control. We played the video of her peering through AOC's letter slot. Maybe drunk, maybe not. I'm not sure which is a better explanation. Sandy, like, we have seen impulse control is not necessarily her thing, and I don't know.
And by the way, I said separately that I fully understand why AOC personally has a grudge that she's not going to let up.
Oh, sure.
MTG has not apologized for that. MTG has targeted her personally, like creepily at her door, online constantly, on the floor, like acting like a weird bully. Like,
I'm not even talking about that. I'm actually, I want to stay on the
He wants to defend AOC's shit take.
F this person. I'm never. But if she,
she's obviously covering for her own petty personal
MTG's
beef,
agenda,
and
look, I am happy to have her saying these things that are
same thing with Shoycott,
and
right?
I think they are marginally
She's got
helpful.
some fucking personal
I'm not
thing
sure who her constituency
that's fucking
is for
up
this, but I do think they're marginally helpful in the same way that, the Washington
know?
Wizards are helpful to the Globetrotters. Like, it's good to have, our
Washington
version of
Generals.
Alan. What was that guy's name on hand? Combs.
Just Combs, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have apostates, right? Like, I'm happy that Bill Kristol is, is out there, and Jen Rubin,
Megan.
yeah, and all of the all of those never Trumpers, and she is basically a never Trumper, except for she
She's
could have
not
stayed in
at all,
Congress
Sam.
for another year, and had a material impact on votes.
This is bad.
And she decided not to do that, and. My question is, how can you say that she sacrificed her political career to stand up against genocide, et cetera, when her career, I think, in her mind, was over, at least that career of play, staying in the house.
It's so
do something,
bizarre.
because I think she felt like she had
Sam,
to pivot.
that's not true.
And the only way that she could do that,
you
she
know
could have
that's
done it
not
in the
true.
house. She could have been voting with Massey.
It's just
she
so
could have
ridiculous.
Been, co-sponsoring things with Ro Khanna. She could have been doing all of those things, but instead she.
And again, it's like, she was a true believer. She had her heart broken by Trump. She didn't want to stay there and be Massey was never, down with that, right? He was always who he is. He's had a fucking reawakening or an awakening, whatever you want to call it. She's seen through a lot of bullshit that she believed for a long time. That's a huge transformation. And I can see her not wanting to continue serving this political project that she saw was all a sham. That's not the question. Nobody says she's doing anything for the leftist movement. She's not a leftist. She's a right-winger. Right? That's not what this is about. I just don't, AOC will co-sign a fucking letter with Marco Rubio, but then she has, she can't vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment. It's lib bullshit, I think largely petty personal stuff that I think is not going to serve the greater good in the long run, and I think, Ryan was correct. Sam is embarrassing himself, Yeah, I know, but that's not the point. That's not the point. That's the point is rejecting it because of your personal aversion to the fucking somebody associated with it. That's just overtly petty behavior, right? That's what I'm saying. There's no other justification for it. You heard her justification. She's basically oh, well, I feel like they might be motivated by something other than saving babies. It's basically they're I think they might get a sick, anti-Semitic pleasure out of it. It's so dumb.
Just
and I don't think it serves anything. There's no political achievement in doing that.
She should have stayed in the house, and she would have earned more credibility if she had done that. And I think she loses credibility by leaving the house. I think that's true.
I mean,
she could have and should have stayed there. There's no question about that. You and I basically agree that it's marginally good that she's saying the things that she's saying.
Yes.
And the thing that I was responding to was AOC saying that MTG didn't have credibility on this issue.
She doesn't. I mean, she doesn't, but who cares?
Okay.
She
said it, so I responded to it.
Right.
you can not care. Apparently, a lot of people care. Days later, we're talking about it.
Yes, but no, well, I care more about the idea that like she somehow sacrificed and that she like.
The other part that frustrated me in those comments was she said when there are issues where there's bipartisan establishment support for something, then in those cases, and she said, like for instance, banning stock trading. In those instances, I think it's appropriate to work with people we disagree with on other issues. So it's okay to do that for stock trading. What issue has stronger bipartisan establishment support than unapologetic support for Israel? So it's okay to do it for stock trading, but stopping a genocide?
Well,
you can't go there?
Ryan's correct.
What is Marjorie Taylor what are they going to do?
Okay, see, now he's going to fucking move the goalpost.
She's out of Congress. She left Congress.
Okay.
She might as well
So
be.
why are
She's
you
some
moving the
gadfly.
goalpost then? Why are you, okay.
Alex Jones, I'm sure, has agreed
You're shifting
with something at one
this
point.
is not the argument you were just having.
AOC,
now you changed it.
A congressperson
Again,
joined
you
with
need to
Alex
attack
Jones?
her.
That's a fair point too. He brought up MTG. Like, why? Why? Like, what's the point of bringing her up to like sideline her? Like, if there's nothing to work with her on.
I think in that context, she should not be paying attention to
So somebody asked her about working with the right, and she said she doesn't want to work with MTG.
That's probably driven by her personal animosity.
Right. That's the point, Sam. That's why you shouldn't be defending her.
In what circumstances do you make a transpartisan thing? And I think there is. Let me put it this way. Do you think, just broadening out from it, do you think there are circumstances where there are people that it does not make sense to do, go with God, Tucker Carlson. I'm glad that you are, but I also know, there was back in the early days of MSNBC,
are you going to not vote for something because he has to sign it into law?
Tucker on his show.
Is that
Pat Buchanan would have me on because he knew I was the only Jew he could get that would criticize Israel, and I felt dirty as shit. But it was not like I had an audience that I was delivering to Pat Buchanan. I mean, that's also the question. I mean, this is the same question that when Sirota asked Plattner about going on Tucker Carlson's show, and his assessment I thought was pretty, or his assessment of the calculation is pretty important. Who's helping who in this situation? Are we helping? Are we really expanding who is hearing an anti-genocide message when we welcome Marjorie Taylor Greene into our home to talk about it? Or are we basically whitewashing Marjorie Taylor Greene, who still has a bunch of other odious policy sets, and also someone who she gave up her material power.
I think because of the way that different media environments are structured, that you're much more likely to persuade some people in her base of your position than you are going to accidentally
fucking
get a bunch
lies.
of
That's the
majority
political dichotomy
to all of a
these
sudden
days.
start hearing
It's
MTG's
truth
other
versus
ideas
fictitious,
and be like, oh,
like
well, that's
cable
interesting. I hadn't
news-driven
thought about the way weather can be controlled. Like, I don't think that I think that
that's
they're mostly
the
immune
distinction.
because it's a much more
People who understand the truth
and,
are horrified by it.
Like, they've gotten the vaccine, whereas I think a lot of people in the right-wing media spaces are open to left-wing populist ideas, and if they start hearing them, can move over.
Let me give you a real-world example. MS Now, which made the pivot to having a lot of never Republicans on, never Trump on.
They're not serving anything up. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that. I mean, this is just an example, and it may not. When Trump in the first term bombed Syria, every single person on that network, and I know this because I was coincidentally supposed to be on to talk about something else, was advocating him bombing Syria and saying it shows that he's serious. And the reason is because they're all former Republicans, or supposedly former Republicans. And, anybody looking at Bill Kristol now...
Are you saying that Bill Kristol's audience is the same as Marjorie Taylor Greene?
There is something to be said about holding people's, real record.
This is dumb, Sam.
The overwhelming part of her record was, incidentally, in support of Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene. And yes,
but it doesn't matter though, man.
In terms of her
doesn't
career as a
matter.
congressperson, which she cut short, where she had a change of mind after every other avenue for her political ambition was shut down.
That's Sam.
If she comes back into politics, I don't know that it works the way that you're talking about. I don't know that people are traveling with her her audience is traveling to the
he
majority
hosts
report
breaking
when she's on
points
the majority
every
report.
morning. What are you talking
You nervous
about?
that she's
man?
going to snow your audience? I don't think so. I got more faith in your audience than you do.
No, I'm not saying that, but I also don't think that like what is she going to do for my audience? Like, is she going to provide them more nuance on the
But the
genocide?
idea would be that then you would get access to her audience.
How would I do
you're gonna
that?
Persuade them. By, I don't know, that like there's podcasts in that network that you can go on. I'll hook you up with Tucker.
I'll go on to her podcast.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
but that's different.
But it's a two-way street in that sense. But in any event, I thought this was supposed to end at 1. I think I thoroughly demolished.
I was just going to say, I think we can agree. We can agree on the fact that I demolished you, all caps, on this.
Well, you get to write the YouTube headline. So
that's right. Just proves my point. I'm sure the folks at Dropsite won't be snowed by that.
Well, I'm sure they will be.
All right. Well, Ryan Grimm, appreciate you coming on, and I really destroyed you on this. I can't believe it.
That's what the headline says.
We know it because that's what the YouTube title says. Folks, we will link to Dropsite and Breaking Points. Ryan, always a pleasure. Much appreciated. Have a great night.
If anybody knows about like populist
really
right
long,
and
too.
left crossover, it's
he was so
fucking
elegant.
grim.
So elegant.
And he called Majority Report a declining podcast.
It is
so elegant.
It is a declining podcast.
Folks, that's it for the free half of the program today. If you want to join us in the
He
fun
got
half, it's
grimmed up,
very,
man.
very easy. Join themajority.report.com.
He got grim.
When you do become a member at jointhemajority.report.com, you not only get the free show free of commercials, but you also get the fun half. You get to IM us on the fun half.
I would never.
Greg, you could hear comments like gregarious Christ.
Yeah,
More
dude,
like
that was such an awful. Sam, fuck, man, that was bad. That was really bad. China won't let NVIDIA in. Oof. 5% off bits, dude. That's a huge deal. You know, it doesn't sound like it, but it really is, actually. It's such a real news program. Hard-hitting journalism.
All right, it is Friday, May 15th for another Breaking Points Friday show. We have an amazing show planned for you today, don't we, folks?
Indeed, we do. Don't normally do that on Friday, but you set me up for that one. Ryan looks like he's got a new tie on here.
Yes.
Am I right about that?
From the DC Flower Fest.
Beautiful. Love that.
What do you think? Yeah.
I'm digging it. I think you did good.
Yeah.
Everybody's put on
tie on
suits.
Friday, but I like this one so much. I wanted to
show it
break
off.
it
I
out.
like that energy.
Yeah.
Well,
so
big show
smarmy.
for everybody today. We have Trump
Professor
freshly
John.
from a G meeting talking about the Iran war. Some new clips there about who he's doing this war for. Then we're going to be looking at an AI block, whether there was an experiment ran with an AI town. How did that town run with the AI models? I'll let you guess. We'll get to that in a second. We also have Chuck Park in New York running for Congress in New York 6th District. We're going to talk a little bit with him about the New York Times Christoph protests occurring outside the New York Times building. And then we'll have friend of the show, Ro Khanna, joining us to talk about his latest tiff with Donald J. Trump, as well as an
got that
upcoming
sick weirdo-
Thomas
that
Massey
sick
election
weirdo Ro
this
Khanna.
week, and maybe a few more stories. But Ryan, we let you pick the
That
choice
sick-
for the
that
first
sick
shot
sicko.
that we're going to play today. Ryan, what are we going to listen to here?
Well, it was a hard call. Trump's interview yesterday was just delightful from beginning to end, but we had to go with the one where he says, "Yeah, the Iran war wasn't really for me, or for you, or for us.
And this
It
is
was
on
for the
Hannity.
world, and
Last
for
night,
some
Hannity.
particular places in the world. Let's see who we're destroying ourselves
It
for."
was for South Lebanon.
Let's take a listen.
We don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
Fair enough. So,
I mean, you could make the case, like, why are we even? We're doing it to help Israel and to help Saudi Arabia and to help Qatar and UAE and, Kuwait and other countries, Bahrain.
it also helps China.
We're actually, I told him today, I said, we're helping you, and we're helping you in another way, because I don't think China wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon either. I said, they're stone cold crazy. You don't need them having a nuclear weapon either.
What did he say?
Well, he's not going to respond too much. He's a pretty cool guy. He's not going to say, "Oh, gee, that's a good point."
I think he.
What's he going to do?
Oh, I mean,
what a wonderful point.
You think he agreed?
Yeah, I think
that was the impression.
I don't think he wants them to. No, he would like to see it end.
Incredible.
Yeah, no.
Where do we start with that? Throwing in Kuwait and Bahrain at the end is kind of incredible, because those two countries in particular have been absolutely smashed. Like their oil infrastructure, their economies. Kuwait, interestingly, kind of never really recovered from the Iraq invasion in 1991. It was like on its way to becoming like the Dubai, what ended up becoming Dubai. But because of that, aura that comes from, you were invaded and occupied for a little while. It's just not going to develop the expat international community that you need. And so if that's what happened to Kuwait, just from this like invasion and then them getting kicked back out 30 plus years ago, what is Dubai going to look like 30 years from now? Like, they rely on people from all over the world who are like, yeah, the weather there is terrible, but we're going to live like this really luxurious life, and we're going to have like, 7 different, maids and nannies, and we're going to make a lot of money working for this whatever company is there. Those companies aren't going to be able to attract those people. So to say that he did it for them is kind of hilarious, but that he doesn't really mean it. He just threw them in at the end because he realized, I just said I did this for Israel.
Well, I had a different read.
A little bit.
I had a different read on the Kuwait and Bahrain, which is he listed just literally a handful of countries that his family, via the Trump organization or Jared Kushner, are doing business with. And then he tossed in at the end, I don't know if they have any business interests in Kuwait or Bahrain, but he was talking about Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
funny how those are at the tip of his tongue.
Well, the great news for those countries. Great news for those countries is he also said in that interview, we might have to do, or maybe he said it on Air Force One, we might have to do a little cleanup work in Iran. We smashed them completely. They're set back 25 years, but we might have to attack them again. And so I think it is, within the realm of possibility and maybe even probable that now that he has put this Xi summit behind him, that he is going to go back to the stove and touch it again and help them out once more. So, good news in store for these countries.
The thing that I noted is at the beginning, he starts to say, you could make the case that, and then he cuts himself off because he's about to say that, like, you can make the case. We didn't even need to do that. It's like, yes, you could make that case. Yes. Most of the nation believes in that case. That case is correct. We did not need to do this, and this made everything immeasurably worse. On the piece about, he's like, I don't think China wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And then he acknowledges Xi didn't actually tell him that outright. But, given how this is all gone, I'm sure China does not mind us being wrapped up there in this war and demonstrating our incredible weakness and humiliating ourselves and making it impossible to, project power. I'm sure they do enjoy that particular dynamic and just being able to sit back and watch it all play out.
Yeah, because if you look at how things unfolded over the last 25 years, we spent trillions of dollars occupying Afghanistan and Iraq, while the Chinese invested trillions of dollars in their domestic economy.
On the visiting
and we went from far and away, outpacing them when it came to economic growth, geopolitical power, etc., to now being, tied or declining.
And technological advancement as well.
Technologically way behind.
They've surged past us in almost every area.
We have some super high tech that is still a little bit better than theirs, but that's like the last thing that we've got. So Jeff, she's like, you guys want to monkey around in the Middle East for another decade while we continue to work on our super high tech? So the last thing that you have is no longer even better than ours? Be our guest.
And while the whole world signs up to buy our solar panels because they no longer want to be dependent on the Strait of Hormuz and, the actions of you and whatever else in Israel and whoever else wants to destroy the global economy.
Well, and Griffin, can we roll the clip of Trump then talking about enrichment, like actually about this interview, again, this primetime Hannity, end of his trip to Beijing. He's at all of his meetings. He's got all of the business leaders from some of America's top companies, which he's very proud of and keeps repeating. In one post on Truth Social, he kind of spoke for Xi Jinping. Did you guys see this, where he said basically what he said in the Hannity interview about him wanting peace, or it was unusual. Let's go ahead and roll this clip about him talking particularly about what should happen in Iran or what shouldn't happen in Iran.
It's a big project. To get it, it's a big project.
Do you feel there's been people that have, and generals that I've spoken to, that think you have to get the dust, which is the enriched uranium?
I heard he was Hannity maxing.
Have you been told there may be a way to entomb it, that they could never get to it?
So we were thinking about
God, that's
doing
what
it
they're going to say when
early
they
on.
just fucking
And
going to be the code.
About
It
getting
would take a while. It would take a week and a half. That's a long time to be an enemy character. No, you're going to move these massive amounts of granite. You know, it's a granite. Granite's the hardest stone. It's amazing that it's those were really powerful bombs that we used. And don't forget, we hit it on top of that. We hit Tomahawks on top of that. No, I don't think it's necessary, except from a public relations standpoint. I think it's important for the fake news that we get it. I'm the one that said we're going to get it, and we're going to get it. We have our eye on it. So Space Force was my creation.
Okay, and then he goes on about Space Force, which I will.
Well, as a part of what he would certainly call fake news, I would like to attest that it is not important to me that he get it.
Sir.
So.
It's important to me. Yeah. I was promised dust. I want some dust.
Shut up.
Griffin, shut up.
Yeah.
Griffin.
Yeah, no dust for you.
I mean, like Ryan can speak to this from just a reporting standpoint, but like the amount of manpower that he's talking about leveraging for a public relations standpoint to undermine fake news,
the real news.
That's like American lives. That's
Why are the pyramids so unbelievably mathematically precise that we probably couldn't even recreate it today without extremely modern machinery?
The ascribed techniques for how the pyramids were allegedly constructed have been tested and debunked. I do not believe they were constructed with copper chisels and stone hammers.
There are extraordinary things happening in the world before the Great Cataclysm. Certainly the ancient Egyptians believed in not just one great cataclysm,
You're
but
going
several.
down, Zahi.
I can tell you for hours and answer all your questions, but there's one thing I want to assure all of you. We never hide anything. Everything we discover, we publish it in a scientific article or in a book.
You lie.
I want to circle back
Why would
to
he?
the-
But why would he lie? What would be the motivation for covering everything up? Dr. Zahi Hawass is a world-renowned Egyptian archaeologist and a global authority on the Great Pyramids. His many admirers consider him a cultural icon, a ferocious defender of ancient antiquities, even a real-life Indiana Jones. His critics, however, some of whom we'll hear from later, believe he's a gatekeeper wielding an academic iron fist to silence the myriad alternative theories about the pyramids' many mysteries. There was a huge response to his last appearance on Uncensored. When I discovered he was here in London, inaugurating the exhibit of Ramses at Battersea Power Station, well, I had to invite him into my studio, and I'm delighted to say Dr. Zahi is here. Great to meet you.
Thank you.
Man, you look like a fucking Disney villain.
It's great to meet you in person. You are, whatever people think of you, and like everyone at the top of their game, you attract praise and critics and jealousy and all sorts of things. You are, by common consent, probably the greatest expert in the pyramids
the king
of
of the
Egypt
debunkers
in the world. Would you say that's the reality?
Definitely an arch villain in my cinematic universe. In the unelectable airwaves cinematic universe.
There's two people that you can
basically
talk to. Mark Leonard is an American,
Dr. Evil.
and myself. Me and Mark worked for the last 50 years. We excavated every piece of sand at Giza. And we published.
You didn't do anything like that. Shut up, dude.
By Timson Hudson.
Liar.
1,000
Liar.
pages.
1,000 pages.
Yeah.
Explaining everything about Khufu Pyramid and all the discoveries that we made at Giza Plateau and inside the Great Pyramid of Khufu.
Right, so for viewers who come to this
You're already lying.
as sort of pyramid virgins, who don't know much about the pyramids or the history or whatever, there are approximately 118 to 138
Dakin, did you change your
identified
name?
pyramids in Egypt, with counts varying based on how archaeologists classify severely eroded
Dakin
or
radish
unfinished structures. So on that, how many do you think there are?
Dakin
Pyramids?
radish.
Yes.
We have exactly 120 pyramids.
120
of kings
That's pretty
and queens
cool.
from Dynasty 3
Dakin
up
radish.
to the New Kingdom Dynasty 18.
And some of them are vast, and some of them presumably are eroded.
You know, why Giza pyramids are the best? Because Giza Plateau is a part of the Mokattam Formation.
Eloise loves
It
radishes.
consists of 3 levels, the stones. Level 1 and 2 are very
Eat
bad
some for
stones.
snack every
But
day at
level
school.
3 is the best quality of stones that never seen in any site in Egypt. This is why the 3 pyramids at Giza are unique among all the other pyramids.
So there are 3 Giza Plateau pyramids. They're the most famous.
Yes.
And the majority of the others are scattered across ancient sites across the Nile.
Because people doesn't see, like the pyramids of Khufu's father are really the same size of the pyramid of Khufu. But people doesn't go to that shore because that shore is away. But I want to tell you one important thing. If you come to Egypt, and I'm waiting
I'm going to do
take
it.
you, and you will stood in front of the Great
Do you
Pyramid.
know who contacted me, by the way, after our last interview? I got an email from an old friend of mine, Robbie Williams, the singer.
Well,
Are you
yes,
familiar with
yes,
Robbie?
of course. Yeah.
He was watching, and he said, I want to come with you to Egypt. So we may have quite a star-studded group.
Perfect. It will be great. Just tell me, we'll give you the red carpet. But I want to tell you, if you stood in front of the Great Pyramid.
Yes, which I really want to do. I want to do this.
And you look at it, you will never believe that it was built by human beings.
No, well, that's what we're going to come to.
Exactly,
Because
it was
we've
built by
discussed it
aliens.
last time.
Exactly.
It is fascinating. So the Giza pyramids were constructed during the 4th dynasty of Egypt's Old Kingdom over a span of about 85 years. So roughly between 2600 BC and 2500 BC.
Yes.
And there are pyramids not exclusively in Egypt, but also Sudan, Mexico, and a couple of other areas. But the key point about this is that the most majestic and magnificent and kind of, in a way, inexplicable are the Giza pyramids.
Yes.
And that's become your life's obsession. Would you accept the word obsession?
I spent my life working and writing and defending and talking about it and lecturing. And I always base what I
suck,
say
Zahi.
on evidence. I never say something
You suck, Zahi.
that I create.
Lies.
No. When I say anything about Khufu Pyramid, I always give evidence and what
We're
we
going
discovered.
to come to the Khufu pyramid.
He got
in
caught
particular.
stealing
There's been a
artifacts
new
from the Giza
discovery
Plateau.
concerning that. But let's start.
And he was forced
because
out of
since you
his
last appeared
office.
on Uncensored. The main event in the
In
world
shame.
of Egyptology, for want of a better phrase, has been the opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum in Giza in November 2025. We're looking at some footage.
But
of
they
it
brought
here.
him
It's the
back because they needed him to be
largest
the bunker-in-chief.
archaeological museum in the world dedicated to a single civilization, displayed together for the first time. It cost over $1 billion.
$2 billion.
$2 billion.
Yeah.
Wow. And Dr. Zahi, your credit as being the mastermind of this project. When you finally got to open this, what were you feeling?
Wait a minute, is Piers gonna fucking snowball him and bring out Jimmy Corsetti?
Was really our dream.
Does Zahi not know he's debating them?
The world.
Zahi would never
That we
agree
are
to debate
building
them.
A museum that nothing like it at all.
But
You know,
they're
when
gonna
I
bring out-
debate people about returning stolen artifacts, people used to tell
Jimmy
me,
Corsetti.
you don't have good museums. You have bad museums. Why do we send you our artifacts back?
They're gonna
I did
sneak attack
a
on
debate
you?
with the Oxford student, and people said the same. But this is why we built this museum. We moved
was a
Ramses
national
II statue
project.
from the train station to receive everyone. We moved the boat, Khufu's boat, that located south
Banyan
of
Gong.
the Great Pyramid, to a small museum next to the Great Pyramid. 100 statues of kings and queens, and the most important are Tutankhamun.
He's gonna bring on Jimmy
More than
Corsetti. I see him on the
5,000
thumbnail.
artifacts are shown in a beautiful way for the first time. And 12 galleries with more than 60.
What's been the reaction of people when they visit?
When we opened
Yeah,
it,
look, Piers
we
is
had
planning a sneak
43
attack, I can tell.
Kings, queens, and a president. And that was really a good message.
Amazing.
To tell people that Egypt is safe.
Yeah.
And the second thing, that from the opening until today, every day, 15,000 visitors.
Really? Every single day?
Every day. And we cannot take more than 15,000.
But that doesn't surprise me, because the reaction we've had whenever we do the pyramids on this show is enormous. I mean, it takes me by surprise that the global fascination with these objects, these pieces of historic architecture, is gigantic, isn't it?
It is, and also it has magic. Like if you come and look at an object with a beautiful display for the first time, and in a grand museum like this, and it's something fascinate everyone. I could see people who go in front of the golden mask. They cry.
Really?
They could not believe that they see a beautiful object like this, 11 kilos of gold. And this is why most of the visitors go and stood in front of the golden mask of Tutankhamun.
The museum houses the world-famous Tutankhamun collection.
Tutankhamun.
It was the British, in the form of Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon, who were behind the discovery of Tutankhamun's
He's going to say you owe him for digging them up.
And at the time, and ever since, there have been lots of accusations that the evacuation was grave robbing and a kind of cultural colonization by the British. Do you believe that?
I do believe, but even I believe in that, but I do respect Howard Carter. Howard Carter was not educated, but he was a great man who educated himself and became, in my opinion, the best archaeologist of that time.
Really?
He excavated 5,398 objects in a beautiful way.
If they hadn't done what they did, would you have had this amazing part of your museum?
Never.
I mean, so it is a kind of means
It is
to an end.
because of Howard Carter.
Yeah.
We can really thank him for
But
that.
you think it was a form of grave robbing? That it was?
Because Lord Carnarvon was a businessman and he wants to make money. And this is why he was shocked when he found
Didn't
out
he sell the
that he cannot
mummies
take
for
any object
fucking
from the tomb,
like weird
because the law
ruling
say
class
if you discover an
freaky
intact
deaky
tomb,
shit?
you cannot take anything out of Egypt. And this made him to take lots of objects out of the tomb.
People said he was cursed as a result of it. Do you believe that?
No, but he came to Egypt because he was
No, there's no
sick.
magic in Egypt.
The idea
No
of
magic.
the curse,
Nothing is
people
magic.
created
Nothing
that
at all.
Because
No
Lord
curse.
Carnarvon gave
Nothing. No
exclusive
curse.
rights to London
National
Times.
project.
Really?
Then the other people in the press could not write anything. And this is why when he died, 5 months after the discovery, they created the idea of the curse of Tutankhamun.
You've set up the 1 million signature
Zahi wasn't
petition.
expecting
This
this.
is to demand the return
He wasn't
of
expecting
3 other
this.
great Egyptian artifacts back to the homeland.
Just kind of
of
snuck
Egypt.
this
The
up on
bust
him.
of Nefertiti, which is in Berlin, the Rosetta Stone in London, and the Dendera Zodiac in Paris. And on the website, you've written, when artifacts are removed from Egypt illegally and sold,
I mean, I'd give them to somebody else, not Zahi. I don't trust him.
I'm sorry to say that
He
museums
doesn't
that
represent the
continue
Egyptian
to display
people.
these artifacts and refuse to return them only continue to participate in imperialism.
He represents.
I cannot be
No,
believed when they
Zahi is an
denounce it.
imperialist.
I mean,
dude.
they're strong words.
Okay. I think this is really textbook. This is the same thing that Flint Dibble does. This is like another version of it. Flint Dibble and his ilk, the people who have been fucking like desecrating native graves for hundreds of years, their entire history of this country, right? Like, who continue to like, illegally like hold like all kinds of fucking like bones and all kinds of other sacred artifacts that they've refused to give back, even though they're obligated to. That them saying that we are the only people that have the true voice, we are the voice of the people in Egypt, that like Zahi Hawass, like the head of the antiquities department, which is purely like an imperial, like it's like the US fucking lever, the what's it called, the RC, right? He just like his salaries from RC, he's just paid by this fucking NGO of like, it's like the American researchers in Egypt or something, but it's like he just does what they tell him to do, like, and he has his entire career, like he was like, given scholarships by which is the weird part, the Edgar Casey Foundation, and then put into that role as the antiquities director. And then ever since, he's just served to like reinforce the dominant narratives at all costs. Like, he doesn't do any actual archaeology. He like, people bring him their discoveries and he's the one who grants permits, like, so who can excavate what. So he gets fucking added on to everybody's discovery, and then he's the one who doles out like when you can publicize it. Like, that's structured like years in advance. Like, he's a piece of shit. Like, just even from like a normie perspective, like he's an awful person to work with because he's not, like I said, he's serving like the neoliberal empire. He's not serving Egypt. But then he's gonna sit here and act like he's the one who has the true voice. I speak for the fucking, the old dynasty. No, I mean, I'm not really speaking to Zahi's argument per se. I'm just saying he's a piece of shit. I don't believe him. I don't trust that he has the best interest of his people at all. I think he's a comprador at best.
Words. I mean, I guess what they would say isn't the reality about ancient artifacts?
I'm sure Howard Carter was awful, right? Like they used to eat the mummies. I don't really understand it, but it was like a thing. The European elite used to they used to ship the mummies back and then they would eat them somehow, right? They had all kinds of weird, fucking spiritualist ceremonies and shit. It was like, Madame Blavatsky type shit,
They're scattered all over the world. A lot of them may have been acquired by slightly nefarious means hundreds of years ago or wherever it may be. Do we really want to apply today's morality, law, and so on to go back to, ancient history in some cases and claim proprietorial rights? Because I would imagine all those countries, Germany,
oh my God,
the
National
UK,
Project,
France,
it was a National
Project.
Project.
Hang on, if you're going to play that game, there will be some stuff in the Middle East that we want back. In other words, it never ends once you start. What do you say to that?
No, but listen, if you look at what happened in the past during imperialism, when the British occupied Egypt, look how they really, destroyed the country by taking the treasures out. Look at artifacts in the British Museum. I can tell you, Budge, he was the curator of that museum.
Yes.
Read what he wrote, how he took an object out. The Ani papyri, one of the most important papyri. You know how he took it out of the country? It's a sad story.
Yeah, he's
the
right about
papyri
this,
was in
though.
a store. He brought
They made them into
kebab
pills.
to the guards, and he began to eat with them. And
So,
other
yeah,
people
I'm not
around him
defending
dug
these guys.
underneath,
I'm
and
just
they took the
attacking
papyri
Zahi.
out. Yes. Then what I'm saying,
And that's now in the British Museum.
it is in the British Museum now, one of the most important artifacts. What I am saying, I'm not after every.
Do you want them to hand it back?
No, I'm not
Yes, you
after.
do.
This is the story.
Come on,
I'm not
Zahi.
after every artifact back at all.
See?
What is in the British Museum is stay.
Okay.
I am saying.
So why are you exercised about these particular?
I am saying we need one artifact from the British Museum, the Rosetta Stone.
Yes.
It is the icon of the Egyptian identity.
What's it worth, the Rosetta Stone?
It was found in a site called Rosetta near Alexandria, and it was written in two languages.
Give him back the Rosetta
ancient
Stone,
Egyptian
Piers.
language, hieroglyphic and demotic, and the
What the
Greek
fuck?
language. And Champollion was really the one who discovered.
What's his value now? Would you think?
The value?
Yeah.
The value because this is the icon of the
Yeah.
Egyptian identity.
What would it be?
But I tell you something very important. When I came the first time to England here, I did two things. One, I took a taxi and I
$500
did
billion.
visit the tomb of Howard Carter. And the second thing, I gave a talk at the
Literally,
British
it would be something like that.
And when
Like,
I gave a talk
it's
at the British
like
Museum, at the
hundreds
end,
of billions
they
of
made a
dollars.
dinner for me. And the director gave a speech. And I stood up to give a speech. And I had some jokes. I said, listen, I'm the only one who can talk to the pharaohs. While I was seated,
that's what I mean.
Ramses
Listen to
II
him.
came to me. Said, Zahi, I miss Egypt so much. I want to go back. It's cold. It's cold in London. And Thutmose III came and told me the same. But the two came back. I said, Zahi, no, we're not going to go with you. We take Rosetta Stone because Rosetta Stone is the icon of our Egyptian identity. It became next day, boom, in all the paper. That Rosetta Stone was in a dark area in the British Museum because I said what I said about the
Now
Rosetta
they put
Stone
it front centre stage.
became the most important thing.
But what is it worth, do you think?
It is. No.
You were guessing a value.
No, the value is what is considering. Because of that, we know ancient Egypt. Because of that,
Can you put a modern day value on it?
you never make a value for any objects.
Right.
It's priceless. These are priceless
He's
objects.
an antiquities
And that's
dealer.
why I really
Dude, that's what he
ask for one
does.
object
He steals
to
shit
come
and
back.
sells
I'm
it on the
not
black
after
market.
Most of the objects
His
in
entire
the
career.
British Museum at all
He
or
got
any
arrested
museum,
doing this.
I want the 3 objects to come back, and I will not stop.
He got
You are
busted
sounding
stealing
a bit
artifacts.
like Indiana Jones now.
I don't know if
How
it
do
was
you take
Giza
that?
or
Do you like that
Darshore,
comparison?
one of those
It's
sites.
not bad if the public loves someone and say things.
It was metal artifacts.
We did
They're
projects
so
together.
metal's so rare.
And
on the Giza Plateau.
if we do this live TV in this coming November, I would like him to be the one to be beside me.
Really?
Yeah, showing the whole world what we found.
Dude,
inside the
Does he
cave.
know that you're known as the Indiana
Yeah, of course.
Jones?
Bledsoe's gonna be there.
George Lucas, when he came to Egypt, he came to do one thing. He said, I came here, I saw the pyramid 3 times. I came here to ask you one question. Why your hat became more famous than Harrison Ford hat? And I told him, my hat is the real archaeology hat, but the Harrison Ford hat is the fake one. And it's true. My hat now, people sell it, and the money went for the construction of the Children's Museum, and now for the hospital with cancer. And there is a movie made about my life. It's shown now. It's called The Man with the Hat. And there is a book.
Why are you not wearing this hat?
I was
Dude, I want to watch the
thinking really
movie.
to come and appear with you in this show with that.
Okay,
But
save it for my trip.
the next time.
Now, at the end of last year, you announced a new archaeological discovery inside the Pyramid of Khufu, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Utilizing advanced scanning and robotic technologies, researchers detected what appears to be, this is fascinating, appears to be a 30-meter corridor leading to a sealed door within the pyramid. And it's said that what is behind the door could change Egyptology forever. So the obvious question
You want to be
is,
typecast.
what do you think's behind the door?
No, not behind the door. We have the doors. We have the 2 voids. We have a corridor. We have amazing things that we found until now. I still believe that Khufu's real burial chamber is still hidden inside the pyramid. And this void
What part
has
of
to
the
do
Bible? All
with
of it?
this burial chamber.
So you think this will unlock that secret?
Exactly.
Really?
And that's why I really believe in this coming month, I have an English team working with me, and we worked last year and this year. Next month, we are going to find out how can we find out and look what could be underneath this voids.
I mean, how hard is it to get behind a sealed door in a pyramid?
But now you have to know that new technology now is different.
Yeah.
You do not need to drill anymore.
Right.
With this new technology like ultrasound,
You can see
infrared,
through the stone.
You can see what's behind. You can see what's inside. And
So
this
when are you going to do this?
we are going to work in June. The English team is coming with these new techniques, and we're going to find out how exactly we're going to find out what's inside. How can we look at this voice?
And tell me, I mean, could Khufu's tomb then become bigger than, say, Tutankhamun?
Khufu's tomb.
Look, Khufu
There's no
ruled
tomb.
for
There's no tomb there,
28
man. Come on,
years.
Piers.
He was a great king.
Dude,
You know, he's the king
stop
really
fucking
that
feeding his
I really
delusions.
believe. I wrote a novel about Khufu because
How do you find the time for all this stuff?
you know, I am workaholic.
Do you ever sleep?
I'm workaholic.
Are you 7 days a week on pyramids?
No, 6 days.
Really? What day do you have off?
Because day I have a young granddaughter. I play with her on Friday.
Friday. But otherwise, for 50 years, you thought about nothing else but pyramids.
Yes, you know, I wrote about Khufu pyramid books and articles, and I dedicated.
So how exciting would it be for you, just on a personal level, if you do discover that behind this corridor and sealed door is Khufu's tomb? How would that make you feel?
I would like to end my career by revealing the mystery and the secret of the Great Pyramid of Khufu.
Really?
This will make me
That's the big one for
happiest
you.
man.
It's the Holy Grail.
And this can answer all the questions
Yeah,
about
okay,
people
dude. Good luck with
think
that.
that I hide evidence about lost
You do hide
civilization.
evidence,
People accuse
man.
me all the time. But I say
Because
to
you
people,
do.
how can I hide anything? You can't. I'm not working alone. There is a team around me. And this is why I want people to believe me and understand that as they want to reveal the secret of the pyramid, it's my role to do that for the world, not for them.
Would Khufu's tomb be a bigger Holy Grail discovery than Cleopatra's tomb?
Oh, not Cleopatra would be nothing in front of Khufu.
Really?
The discovery of the tomb of Khufu.
But maybe not to you, but to the wider world.
To the world, it's Khufu. Because this king ruled.
Yeah, but if you went down London today and asked 100 people,
he's working
have
with
you heard
English,
of Khufu or Cleopatra?
Cleopatra, of course, but
she'd be more famous. So
I know, but
so why would you
when
position
the earth was covered with
the
water? What do
discovery
you
of
mean, the
Khufu's
flood?
tomb above
The flood is
Cleopatra?
real?
Because I would
What are
say
you
that
talking about?
globally,
because you will never discover the tomb of.
The Bible's based off of the fucking ancient Sumerian shit. Right? The Bible's like the reboot of the Sumerian Bible. Right? And the Sumerian Bible is like the fucking, that's the story, like they stopped living in the jungle or, on the fucking, they stopped hunter-gathering and they moved into a city and then learned how to do writing in order to tell the story that's in the fucking, the Numa Elish, right? Like the earliest, the Anunnaki, like the original story, like it's like the first story that humans wrote down, right? It's like we stopped the hunter-gathering and then learned to write that epic space opera. And they somehow have versions of it all over the world. Isn't that just a little suspicious? Oh yeah, and I don't know the parts about Jesus. That's the earlier back you go, I think the more accurate it is. Perversely.
Of Cleopatra.
Why?
It's under the water.
How do you know?
Because we're searching in a temple for the tomb of Cleopatra for the last 20 years with Kathleen Martinez from the Dominican Republic, and we found nothing. And even diving now with Bill Billard, who found Titanic. But we know that Cleopatra built a palace. Near the palace, there is a tomb. And she was buried in this tomb that located under the water now.
So it'll never be discovered?
It'll never be discovered.
Even on the river, on the seabed? Or
and this is why I say...
Is it a river or sea? Or
the Mediterranean.
So the sea?
The sea.
So is it not possible that it could be discovered?
Many people took the pillars and blocks from the palace, but nothing discovered.
But even if they found that, you would say that Khufu's tomb would be a bigger discovery?
There are 3 discoveries, could be the biggest
I don't know.
that I'm waiting. One, the tomb of Queen Nefertiti in the Valley of the Kings.
Yeah.
Number 2,
up over here.
the tomb of Imhotep, the first architect who built the first pyramid of stone. And number 3, the burial chamber of Khufu inside the Great Pyramid. This will be the most fascinating, important discovery on Earth.
Amazing. And is
not
this
there.
why
You're never going to find
also
it.
that you
It does
want
not,
the bust
it's
of
not there.
Nefertiti back from Berlin?
I want the bust of Nefertiti back because it was stolen.
Right.
It was taken out of Egypt by a German thief. His name is Borchardt. It should come back. And we are fighting for it to come back. And now when the 2 petitions reach 1 million, I will start the fight.
When it comes to people who have like alternative views about the
Oh
pyramids,
no,
right,
here it
there's
comes.
lots of people obsessed with them.
Yeah, let's
and they
go.
have strong opinions and strong
Let's
views,
go.
and some of them don't like you and think you're a gatekeeper, hiding everything away from them and so on. What do you feel about them collectively?
I won't tell you. I used to get upset in the past. But now I really laugh. Why? Because I tell everyone, if you bring one evidence of anything you say, we can talk. But you don't tell me any evidence. You just say speculation. You say things. But on the other hand, I can tell you the evidence that they have. And this is why...
Look, before I bring some of them in, are there big secrets that you know about the Egyptian pyramids that for whatever reason you haven't shared with the world?
Never.
Yeah,
So you've
okay,
revealed
everything you know.
Last night,
okay, Piers.
I talked about
Piers, come
everything
on.
I found
Come on,
inside
Piers.
the Great Pyramid in front
Piers,
of
don't fuck me. Come on.
1,000 English people.
Piers.
How can you hide anything?
There's nothing you're
Piers.
keeping back.
No, nothing. And it will never happen. Anything that we discover, we announce
Because
it.
Donald Trump has said that he can't reveal all the files about UFOs and aliens because the world isn't ready to hear them.
But aliens can build something else, but not the pyramids.
You know Zahi
Probably
was?
true. Okay, well, look, as mentioned, the world of archaeology is one that invites a lot of people who have alternative theories about the ancient past. For those who hold these views, Dr. Zahi is a controversial figure. So we've invited 3 of them to join us so they can debate.
Who's the third? Oh, Timothy Alberino. Oh, God.
Egyptology. Michael Button
Timothy Alberino
is a YouTuber specializing
This guy sucks.
mysteries.
You suck,
Jimmy
Button.
Corsetti is an investigative researcher.
He sucks, too.
and host
You
of
also
Bright
suck,
Insight.
Jimmy.
And Timothy Alberino is an author and explorer known
These guys
as
are
the
all
rogue
right-wingers.
archaeologist. So a great lineup.
These are the
here of
right-wing ones,
alternative,
though.
Egyptologists, I guess.
Most of them are normal. These guys are all
Um,
like the chugged
so
out
let me
ones.
start, if I may, with you, Michael Button. I've got the great man here. What do you want to ask him?
Well, firstly, thanks for having me on, Piers, and Zahi, it's a pleasure to meet you and to make your acquaintance. Look, Zahi, you just said that no one has come with any evidence whatsoever that can possibly say there's anything new to be found at the Giza Plateau or beneath the pyramids. But the simple fact is that in the last few years, the only major news stories that have come from the Giza Plateau and the pyramids is firstly the story of the vast subterranean city beneath the Giza Plateau, and secondly the recent story regarding the second Sphinx. Now, look, nobody here is saying, I don't think anyone on this panel would say that we have absolute proof of a vast subterranean city or of a second Sphinx.
Felipe,
but this idea that people can come with legitimate scientific data and bring it to the table, like the scientists who brought this data are credentialed scientists. They have been cited in scientific journals, and their technology has worked in other archaeological sites across the world. So the idea that actual scientists can come with actual data and bring it to the authorities and just be immediately dismissed without any kind of discussion, I think is quite weird. Because, look, I mean, I actually have a quote from you, Zahi, that you said on the day after the team came with the SAR topography results beneath the pyramids. And you said the claim of using radar inside the pyramid is false and the techniques employed are neither scientifically approved nor validated. But this was literally the day after the results had come out. And I don't see any way that you could have gone through the data and spoke to the team or conducted any independent investigation to come to that conclusion. And if you just look all across the world right now, modern technology is revolutionizing archaeology. Just look at the Amazon rainforest, where LiDAR has discovered vast cities hidden beneath the canopy, vast geometric earthworks that nobody knew existed until just a few years ago. That was always the classic lost civilization hypothesis.
Let me give him a chance to respond. Just for viewers who may not have understood. Just one second, Zahi, because I just want to point out that in relation to the Sphinx comment you made, last month Italian researchers claimed they might have found signs of a Sphinx located beneath the pyramids of Giza, suggesting the existence of a sprawling subterranean citadel. The radar engineer Filippo Blondi said there is something very huge that we're measuring beneath the Giza plateau. On his own podcast, Michael Button, you said if this is true, it could change everything we know about ancient Egypt. So, Dr. Zahi, your response to that story, and also to the wider point that Michael makes, which is all this stuff's being discovered all the time. How are you so certain that this isn't lurking?
It was a national project. Now there are 3 points I would like to discuss. Number one, about the discovery that was claimed by the 2 Italians underneath the second pyramid of Khafre. They said 60 meters underneath the second pyramid, there is 8 pillars. And 1,000 meters, there is a whole city. Now, those scientists, before they should announce this, they should come to discuss it with us, to sit with Egyptologists and discuss it. If it's true, we'll announce it. We cannot deny anything like this. But what I said, they published that they used tomographic radar. And tomographic radar can show only 15 meters under the ground. Only. The second thing about the Sphinx, this theory is published recently, but it is published 20 years ago again. And they sit south of the recent Sphinx, there is another one. And this area, I want you to come, I will take you. This has been excavated completely to the solid rock. There is no one single place in this area can accommodate a second Sphinx. And now the question is, why do we have a second Sphinx? There is no reason to do that. The third point for you, we welcome anyone who comes from a university or a museum, a scientist, someone should be connected with a scientific institution, welcome to come and do any research. We have the permanent committee that permit people to work, but you have to be connected with an institution.
Okay, Michael, just for the record, have you been to the pyramids?
I have not been to the pyramids, and I'm hoping to. And I just want to state that I do not necessarily agree with the findings of these scientists. My broader point is that
Michael,
the data that they presented was just immediately rejected without any kind of proper investigation, without any kind of digging into the Giza Plateau. Like, why have we not just dug down? Then we could settle this argument once and for all. Because it seems that we're all here discussing this, and I haven't even been to Egypt, and we could just settle this straight away by digging into the Giza Plateau and confirming or denying whether this is true.
Why can't we just dig down and find out?
I know, it's the solid rock. The second pyramid, the base is 10 meters of solid rock. How can you look what's underneath a solid rock?
But you, in relation earlier to this, this hidden corridor and sealed door and stuff, you said there's now technology that means you don't need to drill. So is there not technology?
But you cannot go through 10 meters.
You can't?
No, you can't. But tell me, if any scientist can look underneath,
again, that's the paper you refuse to read, Zahi.
I have no problem.
He keeps saying this
on that.
Oh, it's impossible. And he just reveals he's never read any of the research.
Can do any investigation.
Okay, let me bring in Jimmy Corsetti. Welcome to you, Jimmy.
Is this like, it's like very Trumpian, right? Like, he just like... He's telling a lie so brazen that like you can't even like debunk it really, because it's just like he's just like, oh, we let all the scientists in, like, as he explains why he's like not reviewing any of the research. It just completely blows up everything he's saying. Like, it's so bizarre.
After our last conversation with Zahi, there were lots of comments that kind of flooded in. Here, Mosh Jelton said there are gatekeepers at the top of every industry that will keep anybody they can below them under any circumstance. Ali El Saeed says, an Egyptian, I reject Zahi as a spokesperson for our history. The pyramids construction remains a mystery. Doug Lynch, I love how traditional Egyptian scientists are firmly convinced Egyptians built the pyramids, and yet not a single one can tell us how they did it. And Kay Maram said, after years of research and excavation, Zahi Hawass discovered the pyramids were built in his honor, which made me chuckle. But you've got the great man sitting here. I think he is a great man. Certainly by his own admission, one of the two great experts of this in the world. I have to say that having finally come face to face with this monster, as some people in the alternative world view him, I see a guy who's not only incredibly expert in the pyramids, has written a 1,000-page book about it, was modest enough to say there's another guy out there, American, who
doesn't want to criticize British imperialism.
But also is so palpably excited by the idea of new discovery.
Oh my God,
and
Piers,
detail what that could be.
Dumbass.
This new tomb that could be uncovered. That isn't the kind of reaction, if I'm honest, Jimmy, as somebody that I get the feeling is trying to hide things. So why is the alternative community so fixated on the fact that this guy is some kind of controlling gatekeeper monster who doesn't want anyone to know anything?
Well, let me first say, Piers, nice to see you again. Thank you for having me on. And actually, we had all done a podcast or an interview together last July where I got to meet Zahi and chat with him here. And nice to see you again, Zahi. And I want to apologize to you. I interrupted you a few times last July. I meant no disrespect to you. And I certainly do not think that you're a monster, Zahi, whatsoever. In fact, I think that you're a good man. And I think that most of this spreads from, and myself as a conspiracy theorist, but I consider myself more level-headed. Like, for example, I do not think that the pyramids were built by aliens. I think
do you believe they were built by humans, just for the record?
Yes, I do. I think that humans, if we were to get a time machine and go back and snatch some people up from, say, the 18th century and bring them today and fly them over New York City or London, they might think they're on a different planet. I think that what human beings are capable of is, the sky's the limit. There's anything that we can conceive of, we can do. So no, I do believe it was humans. However, I think that they were far more advanced than what we were taught in school. The ascribed techniques for how the pyramids were allegedly constructed have been tested and debunked. I do not believe they were constructed with copper chisels and stone hammers. There's other mysteries, for example, how they transported 1,000 metric ton statues hundreds of miles. But to answer your question, I think it comes from transparency. There have been examples where the public has felt that that things weren't done on the up and up. For example, exploring cavities below the Sphinx. Back in 2009, Zahi Hawass and Dr. Lehner had drilled down to explore the water table under the Sphinx's left paw. And he said there was nothing down there. However, photos were never released to the public. I also want to point out that when we had our conversation last July of 2025, Zahi, you had mentioned that the Great Pyramid Void would be explored by the end of the year. And then that came and went and still hasn't happened. Now you're saying that they're going to explore it in June. So just to clarify, will they be drilling inside? I understand you had mentioned techniques to explore without drilling. Will we be going in some capacity?
Now, first I have to answer the first question that you asked about what we found in front of the Sphinx that's not available to the public. This is not true.
Oh my God.
We found 4 tunnels under the Sphinx, and it's published in an article, scientific article, secret tunnels under the Sphinx, number 1. Number 2, when I found out the rise of the water table, I brought a team from Cairo University, and we drilled 32 drilling underneath the Sphinx, and we found nothing. The Sphinx is a solid rock. All what I'm telling you now, published in our book to the public. You can buy this book, published by Timson Hudson, and read about what we found underneath the Sphinx. I want you to know, archaeology is not really something that you have to go tomorrow and open this. You have to study. I'm working now with a team from England, and we have also a team from France and team from Japan. All of us are really trying to reveal the secret of the Great Pyramid and to announce anything that we found. The team that's working with me, until now, they cannot find
They've been doing the Muon scan thing for like 30 years and published like one paper.
What could be inside the 30 meters void, or the other void in the second
they found
chamber,
that shit
or the
like
corridor.
when I was a kid.
Now they're coming
and
in.
They haven't fucking excavated it. They haven't done any follow up.
Try with the new techniques
just sits there.
that we have now.
He's like Nick Pope or Lou Elizondo.
Muons.
He's
All
there
these
to
new
like
techniques
gatekeep the
can really
mystery
reveal
and
all
keep
these
it.
voids.
And Jimmy, have you been to the pyramids?
Yes, I've been 3 times.
And when you get there, I mean, do you feel the same frustration that you feel like you're not being
He's just there to
told
like
the
keep
truth
research
about
from
stuff,
advancing?
or do you accept that the monumental
Definition
scale
of a
these
gatekeeper,
pyramids
you know?
is such that it's a very complex thing?
Dude, we have like. He said tomography can't do below 15 meters or whatever he said, which again is not accurate, by the way. Like, it's Doppler tomography, it's not tomography, which again demonstrates he hasn't read the paper, right? Which Michael Button tried to make the point. I give him credit for that, but he didn't actually argue it because he went on to clarify that he doesn't actually believe that paper's accurate, which is a really ridiculous argument. He's like, oh, this paper was so good and you just ignored it. And then he's like, well, by the way, I don't actually agree with that paper. I just think it's fucked up that you ignored it. So then you don't think the paper is credible. Like what? You know? But that argument doesn't work. What was I saying? Oh, but the Sphinx, they've done fucking ground penetrating radar like right there with like a machine. They've run a machine over the ground. They've gotten this hit, which again is why Zahi's so disingenuous. There's been multiple papers published, like the one from whatchamacallit, like 2000 like recently, like in the teens. That one was a really good paper and it showed it very clearly. There's a void like right where right where they said it was in antiquity and right where modern researchers have said, right where Edgar Casey said it was, right where they've always said, right there. He's pretending that they excavated that and found nothing, and that's not true, right? Like, they never released the results of their excavations, and they did like some token thing later on, like behind the Sphinx, and pretended like that was us. It's sort of like a Zahi does protest too much scenario too, because he like keeps talking about how like, oh, we showed you that, we published that. Like he did the thing of Mr. Beast where he like took Mr. Beast in the fucking, in the backside of the Sphinx, and he was like, see, there's nothing beneath the Sphinx. And it's like nobody has ever said there's a thing at this part of the Sphinx. You know that. And he keeps referencing it, and as if like he knows he has something to debunk there, right? And he's just trying to like cover it up by showing people this other area in the Sphinx. It's like ridiculous. But yeah, no, they've done many, like I said, ground penetrating radar, other, see, it's like Zahi's got a tough position because he wants to be able to accept some forms of modern science sometimes and reject them other times. So he'll like carbon dating is okay if it agrees with what he already believes. But if the carbon dating is like, diverges at all from his timeline. Again, all of his shit is to protect the specific timeline, like the way it was laid out hundreds of years ago. They can't adjust it. Oh, they can't say, oh, look, we found this new dynasty we lost track of. Because they've had many results pushing them in that direction for a while now. Like, like 600, I think the carbon dating was like 650 years. Like it would have thrown off their chronology like 650 years, I think. And even that's too much. Like he can't even abide that. He has to protect the exact chronology. Again, all of their shit is a house of cards. All of the dating of Egyptology is based on these incredibly flimsy artifacts that are not actually substantiated. The idea that like Khufu and Khafre built like the entire Giza plateau in like 50 years or something, just preposterous. Like, no chance. But yeah, people like Zahi, they can't be nuanced about it and say like, oh well, this evidence is like a little bit flimsier. Like there's room for reinterpretation of this aspect of the historical timeline. Nothing. It's just like full stop. Like whatever the imperialists who were stealing artifacts, like whatever scenario they posited, that's the exact one for all times.
I will say that there are a lot of locked gates in Giza. There's most of Giza you're not even allowed to explore. I will say though that as far as taking time to analyze a potential discovery, this void within the Great Pyramid was identified in late 2016, and the results were formally published in a journal in 2017. So we're talking 10 years ago now, and we still haven't gone inside.
And you have a particular issue, I think, with the tomb of the Osiris mummy. So for those who
it's supposed to be a lion, right? Didn't they carve the lion down to supposedly look like Khufu? It used to be a lion. Exactly. Yeah, I think it's at least 10, 12,000 years old. Like it's unclear if it's from multiple cycles back, or just the last one. But there was like some sort of reset at the Younger Dryas, it seems. Like 12,800 years ago. And the people who built the pyramids are the people who were living all over the earth prior to that. The Atlanteans, if you will. The people who had the polygonal masonry. Whoever they were. Actually, it doesn't necessarily mean it was pre-flood. But like, our records go back to like ancient Sumer, right? And that's how far back writing goes. So, but there's all kinds of artifacts. Like there's all like the Long Yao caves is another great example. Like there's all these ancient megalithic stuff that is like predates our history. Like it was there already when we started keeping records of stuff, which is how the pyramids are treated by the ancient Egyptians, by the way. There's a whole class of artifact all over the world that just predates the story that we have. You know, like whatever we encountered the people when the fucking Europeans got there or whatever, the story they were told, you know. The Sphinx was built before the pyramid. I mean, it's hard to say though, right? Because there is a lot of wear and tear on it. And they also fucked with it. You know, they must have recarved it in the, you know, dynastic times, right? I think, you know.
Osiris, Tomb of Osiris.
Osiris mummy.
Yes.
So explain
It's a
what that
processional
is
clock.
and what your issue with it is.
Okay, so Zahi, back in, I believe it was 1999, you did a Fox special where you had went down into the Osiris shaft, and at that time, you were in the process of excavating the tomb that's on the third level down, and you said that you believed at that time that it was the tomb of the Egyptian god Osiris.
I fully convinced by Beyond Day 2, by the
to
way.
the public again
I
after
totally
that. I
believe
never
there's a city
received
down there.
any type of information
Just like Darren
regarding
Kuyu.
who the mummy was, what the mummy was. It just, that was it. So I guess my question for Zahi, I'd very much like to know is, what did you find inside that sarcophagus?
Okay.
And
when I opened the sarcophagus, it was completely empty, because Osiris is a myth. He's the one who controlled the underground tunnels at Giza.
Oh my God.
Giza,
okay.
This is, and
so they
this why
built them in empty
there is no mummy
sarcophagus.
that we found. And all of this,
Dude, none of their stories make sense.
We published that this is the tomb of symbolic burial of the tomb of Osiris, who control the underground tunnels at Giza Plateau. But there is no mummy. This is the first time I hear about a mummy found in this sarcophagus. But if you want to know about what we found in details, I published an article in a book dedicated to David O'Connor from University of Pennsylvania, and it's written in our big book on Giza.
Okay. Let me bring in our...
You find it odd that that sarcophagus was empty? I mean, and I also, you know, I want to circle back
why would
to
he?
the...
But why would he lie? What would be the motivation for covering anything up?
Maybe that they're, you know, you could say that what they found in there wasn't what they expected it to be.
Yeah.
I mean,
What do you think it is? Well, what could it be thousands of years later? I mean, what?
No.
Why? Here's a question. Here's an important question for everyone to consider. The ancient Egyptians dug out the Osiris shaft, which extends approximately 100 feet under the ground. They had this sophisticated tomb with 4 large obelisks or pillars surrounding it with a moat. You should look at pictures of this. It's fascinating. And all of that with this, 50, 60-ton sarcophagus. The lid itself, I believe, was 10 or 15 tons. All for nothing, all for a complete empty burial. It's just like...
Yeah, but again, but Jimmy, again, I come back to the central question. What is in it for Zahi to lie or to cover this up? Why would he? There's no one alive who's going to contradict anything that comes out. It's like, this would just be a matter of historical artifact fact. I mean, the idea that they would find something incredible and then just not tell us.
Yeah, they'd have to rewrite all their shit.
Unless it and I agree with you, and I'm not accusing Zahi of lying about this. I believe him that the sarcophagus was found empty. I don't think that he's lying about that. I'd say the only motivation that I could think of, or the main motivation, I should say, would be that it upends the narrative of Egyptian history, that potentially what they found in it dates back far older.
I think it's power generation.
But again, why would Zahi, if that was true,
because I don't think they're tombs.
Why would he not view it with the same incredible excitement?
He has this whole fucking personal,
potentially discovering the tomb
metaphysical
of
framework,
Khufu, for example. I mean, I don't detect from him a need to suppress stuff. I detect the
Piers,
opposite. And yet you guys are all out there going, he knows stuff he's not being clean with us. And I'm not really sure where you get this from or what his motivation would be.
I could give you an example. So if you were to go to my X or Instagram account, I uploaded a video I had made 4 years ago where Zahi Hawass had explored the alleged tunnels and chambers under the Sphinx and claiming that there's nothing there. However, he never mentioned that there was nothing inside of the Sphinx. And thankfully for a couple intrepid fellows that broke the rules in Egypt and climbed under this area under the Sphinx themselves, and they climbed up in it, and you can see this boarded off cavity, this tunnel that was not described at all in Zahi's findings. You can't find any pictures of this boarded up shaft as well.
Tell us about the fucking sample from the wise, the Khufu.
If you go to the book,
from
you'll find a photograph of all the four
Harold Weiss
tunnels that we found inside the Sphinx. And we discovered inside these tunnels pottery in situ. Date these tunnels to 500 BC. As we think today, there is something hidden underneath the Sphinx. The Egyptian in the late period thought the same, and they dug and they found nothing. And all this go to my book.
There's no bodies in any of them. There's no bodies in any of this stuff.
The article is called The Tunnels Under the Sphinx. I explained in details all the dimension of each tunnel and what we found inside. Then we are not really hiding anything. It's you because maybe you do not have access to Egyptology library. But go to the British Museum and look for Zahi Hawass publication on the Sphinx, and you will read what we found.
I suspect you'll sell a few copies after this.
There's something important to say here.
Hang on one second, Jimmy. I want to bring in our last guest who's been very patient. Timothy Albrino, author and explorer, known as the rogue archaeologist. So, rogue archaeologist, you have your chance to talk directly to Zahi. What would you like to ask him?
Well, first of all, I'm certainly not an archaeologist, rogue or otherwise.
How would you describe yourself?
I would like to I'm a investigative researcher.
Who called him a rogue archaeologist? Where'd you get that from,
I would like
Piers?
to make a proposition.
So you're not known as a rogue archaeologist, just to be clear.
I've been called that, but I just want to make it clear that I'm not a lettered archaeologist.
Okay.
But I would like to make a proposition to Mr. Hawass here on your program, for whom I have a great deal of respect, by the way.
Thank you.
My team is in possession of state-of-the-art ground-penetrating radar, and it operates off of a drone platform. And we can penetrate 300 feet beneath the surface of the Earth. We could penetrate through solid rock with this technology. We've used it to great effect in other places in the world, including in Peru, where we scanned a pyramid, the Chongos Pyramid, and we discovered some massive underground tunnels, apparently artificial. So would you be willing to facilitate me and my team to come to the pyramid of Khafre, to fly it around the pyramid, and to do a scan, and to see if we can either validate or invalidate this idea of this colossal megastructure under the pyramid?
Okay, one thing I need from you. From Piers' assistant, take my email. Send me an email and send me the type of equipment that you can use. I will send it to Sean, who's the head of my team. And if we do not have it, it would be fantastic to have your equipment to be working in the second pyramid. But you have to know, this takes time to apply and security and all this kind of, but I would be happy to cooperate and talk to you and find out if these techniques, you have it and we don't have it.
Great. I think this is great.
Very
so
good.
yeah, email him. If they
Piers, come on,
are not
man, you're not
familiar
that
with
dumb.
this particular technology, then it looks like Zahi's
It's regular
up for
ground
giving it a
penetrating
go,
radar.
which
It's
is
been
great.
around for decades.
And Timothy,
we scanned it
I
in the
think you also have a
70s.
particular sort of approach on this, that you tell the story of ancient archaeology, albeit your caveat that you're not an expert archaeologist in that sense, within a biblical framework. How do the pyramids tie into that?
Well, I'm not really sure.
Timothy.
I'm not really sure who built the pyramids. I certainly do not believe that aliens built the pyramids. I do suspect, though, that they correlate to the global system of megalithic complexes that are found around the world, many of which I believe were built in the antediluvian world during the time which is variously described as the Golden Age by the ancients, or referred to as Zep Tepi by the ancient, by the dynastic Egyptians. Zep Tepi meaning the first time. And this is the ubiquitous testimony of our ancient antecedents.
Subject for Zahi.
That there was a time before the great cataclysm when the gods were dwelling among men and were imparting to them the arts of civilization. Everybody all around the world have traditions to this effect, especially in the ancient Near East, ancient Egypt, obviously, the ancient Mesopotamians, the Phoenicians, the Greeks, the Romans, In Hebrew cosmology, these beings are known as the Watchers. The ancient Mesopotamian tradition calls them the Apkallu. So you have this ancient witness, this, again, from our antecedents rather, saying that the gods were dwelling on earth, whoever these gods were. In some cases, they were copulating with human women who were progenerating demigods,
you've done a lot of research
in some
on the
cases
subject?
giants, and that there were extraordinary things happening in the world before the Great Cataclysm. Certainly the ancient Egyptians believed in not just one great cataclysm, but several. We're all very much familiar with the biblical account of the flood, of the Noahic flood, which I believe is true. I think evidence does point to the idea that civilization didn't begin.
Look. So you've researched a lot of stuff and you can contradict him? You've done research so you can, like, you know that this isn't true? Or are you just guessing? Probably you're just guessing, right? You're just assuming, like, if that was true, you would know or something? I mean, where does your confidence in your opinion come from? I'm fascinated by people like you, because there's always some asshole. Like, you know nothing about the subject, and you'll probably admit that you know nothing about the subject, but somehow you know that he's wrong.
With the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Mesopotamians,
why?
It re-began. It was a restart of civilization in the aftermath.
So to be clear, Timothy, what you're saying is that you don't believe they were built by ordinary humans.
I'm not sure who built the pyramids. I don't know. I think it's possible that these megastructures fall into the same category and time frame as some of the other megalithic structures around the world, which I do believe are antediluvian, maybe going back to, circa 10,000.
Explain what you mean by that. BC. Sorry, for a native like me, what do you mean?
By the antediluvian?
Antediluvian, yeah.
I mean, the world before the flood, the world before the Noahic flood.
So are you implying by saying that then that it could be non-human construction?
It could be. It could be. Again, the Mesopotamians attributed the arts of civilization to the Apkallu, who were not human beings.
What do you mean by Egyptian?
Okay, well let me bring in Zahi. What's your response to that?
I am not going to give you a lecture of why pyramids built by the ancient Egyptian, but I will give you one example. In 2017, a papyri discovered called the Wadi el-Jarf papyri, written in hieroglyphic and hieratic. It's a diary of someone, his name is Miller, an overseer of the workmen. He said, I was hired by Khufu to work in his pyramid. Under me was 40 workmen. My immediate boss, his name is Didi. And I discovered most of the Great Pyramid, the tomb of his boss,
during the time of Khufu.
He went to cut the white fine limestone, mean the pyramid was finished. And he explained how they cut the stones. And they put the stones in a wooden, in a cargo boat. And he take the boat to Giza Plateau. He stay overnight, he go again. And the papyri needs an hour to explain.
So do you have any doubt at all?
No,
human beings
no one single doubt with me.
You're 100%
100% sure that the ancient Egyptian built the pyramid. We have many evidence to prove that.
That's just a lie.
If pyramids built by aliens or anyone else, do we have anything found to...
Look at them. Alberinos are also being honest. I don't know who built them either, but I fucking know it wasn't Khufu and Khafre. That's how much I'm confident in it, right? So, could you have called the people who lived there fucking 12,000 years ago Egyptian? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but sure, I guess. It was certainly the people who lived in that part of the world, right? But fucking 4 times older or 3 times older than we currently, think that they are. So I don't know if it's like the people who live in Germany 2,000 years ago or the people who built the Autobahn. I don't think that's how that works. I'm not going 2,000 years ago, not 8,000 years ago at least, right? Like they're from the Green Sahara period at the very newest. Like they have to be at least that old because of the water erosion, right? Mm. No, you're a fucking dumbass, man. You don't know what you're talking about. Keep your mouth shut. No. And the way that he like maliciously misrepresents the evidence that he does have, I think is so fucking gross. And I think that reveals his true fucking allegiances is not to Egypt or the truth or anything like that. Piers is a dumbass.
To prove that, the answer is no.
Let me just quickly ask the other two panel members. Michael first. Do you think humans built the pyramids?
I do think humans built the pyramids, but I don't think the real debate is whether the ancient Egyptians were incredible or sophisticated. They clearly were an incredibly remarkable civilization. I think the question is all regarding their civilizational development. Why does the peak of sophistication appear right at the start with the Old Kingdom, and then why is it a slow trawl downwards into less sophisticated? Why do they forget how to build pyramids so well? Why are the pyramids so unbelievably mathematically precise that we probably couldn't even recreate it today without extremely modern machinery? Why are all these questions out there? Why there's so many things that don't make sense. Why do we not find any mummies within the Great Pyramid? Why are there no royal inscriptions or any inscriptions at all inside the Great Pyramid like we find in every other Egyptian tomb? There are so many mysteries, and I just think that we need to be more open to the fact that there are mysteries that we cannot answer and stop.
So what percentage certainty are you? If Zahi's at 100%, what are you about humans?
That the Egyptians built the pyramids?
Yeah, the humans built them.
Oh, humans, 100% or 99%. I think humans built the pyramids. Yeah.
Okay, and Jimmy, what would your percentage be?
I'll go with 99% as well. But I want to say one thing. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring this up, going back to our previous point involving why would anyone want to distort the truth or the narrative?
How did they cut and quarry the stone? Start with that. How did they fucking slice these perfect slices out of these fucking granite, like these 9 Mohs scale rocks? Like, how did they do that? And again, during in Zahi's framework, right? If he thinks like the whole ancient Egyptological time frame is correct, then he thinks that Khufu and Khafre would have had to have cut, quarried, transported, polished, placed stone every 4 minutes for fucking 25 years to build the Great Pyramid alone. It's not doable. That's not even counting like the plateau itself that they're all built on, which seems to be an even more grand task, right? Like there's more stone involved in just the foundation. And the big stone, the biggest stones on the entire plateau are built into the ground. They're just like hundreds of tons of stones just on the ground. So it means they dragged them all the way there from somewhere just to put it into the ground, the walkway beneath your feet. No, I don't know. Could have been giants, but it could have been like, yeah, like could have been fucking, I don't want to say aliens, but like the fucking Anunnaki, right? Or they just had Anunnaki technology. But I also think that I don't think that they're not ceremonial structures. Like they do something. Like they have an industrial purpose. They're not just there just to be there, right? They're part of some larger industrial facility. I'm not quite sure how that all works, but I have a couple ideas. Again, I believe the fucking Italians. I think Felipe and Corrado, I think that's accurate research. I think there's some massive fucking, those giant spiral things are down there. And I think there's a lot of shit at the bottom that looks like, again, there's these underground cities all over the world, right? All over these ancient sites, they have these underground tunnel networks that are connected to these larger, like, looks to be like a bunker of sorts, right? And all over the ancient world, they have these incredibly sophisticated, incredibly advanced underground bunker systems. Why is that? Is that too much of a coincidence that they have these all over the world that are all correlated with these ancient sites? Yeah. That's what I mean. If you think that they fucking cut all those stones with copper and dragged them without, they didn't even have the wheel, by the way. The Old Kingdom didn't even have the wheel, supposedly. So somehow they dragged them on giant sleds. And these like 85-ton granite stones that are as high as the pyramids go. They're in the fucking top of the relieving chambers, the king's chamber. The biggest stones in the entire place are the ones that are like at the tippy top, basically, at the hardest place to get them to. I'm sorry, the biggest stones in the pyramid. There's bigger stones in the Giza Plateau, but the biggest ones in the Great Pyramid are the ones at the very top, in the middle. I think. Mm. Yeah, that's what I mean. This idea there's like a linear history, I think, is wrong. I think we've had some fucking ups and downs. Yeah, again, China, I think that, yeah, China hasn't even excavated their pyramids yet. Like, we don't even know what they look like. And Longyao Caves, it would be my vote for, I think, the most impressive site in the entire planet. There's 29 of these fucking underground bunker things that are just these massive underground, like hollowed out, these huge, it looks like the underneath the Denver airport or whatever, like something like that. Like it's just 29 of them. Some of them are connected, some of them aren't. And they were all flooded. They're like, built basically underneath a mountain. And the walls are all like sanded down, like with this like machine like precision, with these ancient carvings, just these beautiful carvings. Like it's fucking wild. And no one knows where the stone went. They excavate it like just like many, many times more stone than the Great Pyramids, and they don't know where it is. They think it might be built into the nearby pyramids.
Involving ancient Egypt. And there is scientific evidence that dates the Great Sphinx back several thousand years earlier than it was. It involves the water erosion around the limestone enclosure. This is something that Zahi Hawass has rejected.
Jimmy, you're such a pussy,
However,
dude.
anyone
You
can take
suck,
it upon
Jimmy.
themselves to look at what water erosion versus
He's such
wind
a
erosion
fake
does to
fucking
limestone.
rebel.
And it's very, very apparent that the enclosure has water erosion, whereas the chest has
He's
wind
like
erosion.
Tulsi.
And this is something that
He has
Zahi
Tulsi's
has
politics.
rejected. However, the scientific data on this shows that the last
I'm
time
not
the
sure how
Nile
he feels
Delta
about
region had
Hindutva,
significant
but-
rainfall was like 7,000
Otherwise.
BC, well over 9,000 years ago. And as we all know, the Great Sphinx was found buried up to its neck in sand for thousands of years. So this is tangible scientific evidence that dates back the Sphinx several thousand years older than the narrative. And I will say one last thing, which is that involving the exploration underneath the paw, the ground penetrating radar identified that it is approximately 26 feet by 40 feet wide and approximately 10 meters or about 32 and a half feet deep. And photos, like as you said, you found nothing down there, but why were photos not released to the public to show the nothing down there? Why can't we see what nothing looks like?
Okay, Zahi, your quick response.
I want to tell you all what has been said, that it's a mystery. We have an answer of everything that they said.
He just
and
lies
everything we release,
blatantly.
the photos you can go to
He's
this
such a
book.
lie. It's a lie.
This book
Lie.
has
That's a
everything
lie.
that we discovered.
That's a lie.
We are not
They're
hiding
not in
anything.
there.
But the most important thing that
They're definitely
all
not
your
in there,
doubts
man. Everybody knows. He
and all your
lies. He
questions,
just says
we
whatever
have
the
an
fuck he
answer
needs to say.
it. We are not, and Egypt, by the way, is not the Great Pyramid. Egypt is many other things.
Oh,
you have other
okay.
pyramids,
Yeah.
mummification. You have the Valley of the Kings. You have all this great civilization. It did not only show the Great Pyramid only. The Great Pyramid is one, and it
Why are you
is
changing the subject,
national
Zahi?
project.
National
the 3
project.
millions
There it
who lived
is.
in Egypt participated
National
in
project.
making this pyramid for the king to be a god.
How come
Then
there's no
I'm,
record of
you know,
it, Zahi?
For the program, I can tell you for hours and answer
How come-
all your questions.
how come
but
there's
there's
no-
one thing I
the
want to assure
fucking,
all of
like-
you: we never hide anything.
Wait, how come the guy who built the pyramids didn't put his name anywhere? You know? No? Those guys were carving their name everywhere. The guy who built the pyramids there's no name anywhere. Khufu, Khafre, none of these people's names are in there. Right? They built this entire thing and they didn't even sign their name to it. They didn't say, "Oh, this was mine." There's no records about it. There's no ruler who claims credit for it. Not a single one. Like it's just like a blatantly fictitious story that, like, the way that he defends it so vociferously, just every shred of it, there's no room for reinterpreting any of it. I think is a giveaway. Laser precision, like more precise than modern buildings, literally. About like measurements they have no business knowing at the time. Yeah.
Think we discover, we publish it in a scientific article or in a book.
He's lying.
And
He's
all
lies.
of this
He just
is
keeps saying the same
accessible
lies.
and people can look at it
sure
and
do.
read it. It's not my problem that you don't really read this.
Oh yeah,
but
see?
if you want,
oh yes, that's
I
what
can
he
send
says.
you these articles. Take my email. I would be happy to answer all your questions by email. I will be happy to send you photographs. Anything you need, I'll be happy to send it to you.
He does seem very approachable to me, so I think you should take him up
Piers,
on that.
he's
finally,
lying, man.
Absolutely.
Finally, Zahi, I had Graham Hancock on the show after our last interview. I've had him on a couple of times, and he said this about you.
Zahi and I get on okay. We've had some misunderstandings in the past.
I mean, if I was to go out there, because he's invited me, would he let you come with me?
Yes, that's what they said. It's what the Egyptians said too. The Egyptians didn't take credit
for it. What Zahi and I have come to is we've agreed to disagree. There's too much mutual insulting going on in this world, where archaeologists insult alternative researchers and alternative researchers insult archaeologists. Zahi and I have agreed that we will not insult each other personally anymore. Our disagreements will be purely on the basis of... You go back far enough, and
that's what you're going to find.
Our interpretations are different interpretations of the evidence. And I don't think Zahi is opposed to different interpretations of the evidence, but he is opposed to flimsy, badly thought out ideas.
So I guess the big question to end with, Zahi, is if I get Graham Hancock and Robbie Williams and a little gang of explorers and our own little Indiana Jones trip, maybe some of the guys who've been on the show today, and we all come out, you'll entertain us, you'll host us, will you?
I will host you completely, and I will give you the red carpet.
Love it. And will I get some fantastic Egyptian food?
I will take you to one of the restaurants that has the best Egyptian food.
Then
and you will
in
love
that case, I'm...
You can't really debate somebody like that because he just lies. He just says whatever. He just makes it up. Doesn't matter.
We've got a lot to talk about today, so get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe, and let me know what you think in the comments below. Yeah, I love this flashy UFO video with the lightning going on and everything. This was filmed in Florida, where you can see this beautiful orb, but just a great capture of the orb.
Dude, I gotta play you the clip of Corbell. Oh my god.
Poof, you're gone. You're McCaslin. Poof, you're gone. You're so-and-so.
Dude.
Poof, you're a guy at Los Alamos. You're gone. Poof, you were working on a science thing, and all of a sudden, poof, you're gone. You're gone. You're gone. Question is, where'd you go? Now, we find bodies sometimes. Question is McCaslin a 3-body problem?
He totally thinks that means dead bodies. Dude, he thinks that 3-body problem refers to dead bodies. Hold on. Oh, come on. Man, fill in the recording. Fuck. Such a hassle. You just watch the thing in the fucking browser. Whatever. Don't worry about it. I just fucking before Bell being a dumbass.
If this is legit, and it's like a minute and a half long clip, so not AI. Of course, that's not borrowing
aliens with
CGI or
human
something like
slaves,
that.
basically.
But
Something like that.
really spectacular video. If this is legit, this is
They like
incredible.
tricked it's like a cargo cult, man. Our civilization's a cargo cult. Like they fucking kidnapped the humans that were living here and they tricked them into fucking, working for free basically. And, destroyed their peaceful coexistence on the planet and gave them this modern fucking, this pathway that we're on now. Like when they were done fucking enslaving us, they like convinced us to fight each other. They fucked us. They fucked us for sure, at the bare minimum. Yeah. I mean, I think it sounded like they like fucking enslaved us, and then like there was like like an asteroid or something coming, and I think some of them fucking, stuck around to like help out. That's what the giant bunkers are everywhere. And I think after that, yeah. Like, sorry, we fucked everything. Kind of like Piers and Zahi there, tell you the truth. It was kind of the relationship I think that we have now. Approaching that, I think they're probably still more advanced, but it's like approaching that kind of dynamic, like a post-colonial.
Yeah, direction changes, long duration, clearly visible. Got the lightning there every now and then. So yeah, all in all, a fantastic video, and I'll link to it. And let me know what you guys think about this awesome video in the comments below. Meanwhile, I am really, really excited about the second Boogosphere or the Booga style sphere. Really intrigued by what we're going to find out about this guy, if he's legit, if it's, 12,500 years old like the first one, the Boogosphere. Here's the side-by-side comparison. I think that's David Velez. Yeah, you can see that's the Boogosphere, and that's the new Boogosphere. Booga 2. Boogie 2. Yeah, all right. Are you ready to boogie? I'm ready to boogie. All right, but yeah, there we go. We can see a better angle here. The Boogosphere has writing. You can't really see it in this video very well, but it's got writing all around the perimeter, right around there. This one does not, but it does have a very similar pattern right there. So you have to wonder if that's the technology, if that's the actionable, or the the part of the UFO that does something, assuming this is legit. So I can't wait to see where this discovery goes, where the research on this thing goes. I think this is just super fascinating and amazing. Some might question how two of these UFOs wound up in Jaime Maussan's hands under his purview. But basically anything that happened south of the border, whether it's in Mexico or South America, if it's prominent enough, comes to his attention and he might take an active involvement, especially if it's something that he's already been working on, like the Boogosphere. So that's the Booga. Again, you can't see the writing in this particular video, but it's got the writing right around there. Second one does not have that writing, which is very, very interesting. I don't know what that means. If somebody captured this thing and wrote on it later, I suspect not. I suspect that whoever was flying this thing did the writing. If so, why were they using what we can only describe as Proto-Sanskrit? 10,000 years before there was Sanskrit of any sort. So, fascinating stuff, guys. Let me know what you think in the comments below. From Gonzalo Chavez, according to Jaime Maussan on Univision, the new sphere recovered in Colombia weighs 13 kilograms, 29 pounds, doesn't have the writing, contains optical fibers, the same type that the Boogosphere has, and includes an unknown internal artifact not found in the original Boogosphere. Intriguing. He also stated that they are cooperating with an American laboratory for testing and plan to keep the scientific results private until the object has been properly studied. So that may be why there is such a slow release of information on Boogie number 2, because, they are trying to keep it under wraps until they know more about it. I think that's wise. At the same time, it's frustrating because obviously I want to know more, and I'm sure you guys do too. But apparently mum's the word until they know all the ins and outs of this thing. So I guess we'll have to be patient. Meanwhile, a report from Eric Burleson charging into the CIA and demanding justice. First, he said, "I'm currently on my way to CIA headquarters with Anna Paulina Luna." She had been threatening to subpoena the CIA for the MK Ultra files that they seized from Tulsi Gabbard. And Eric said, "I will report what I learn after the meeting." Well, he did. After the meeting, he said, "We went to deliver a message. And that message is that this is a new era. This president is demanding disclosure. And we wanted assurances that they are understanding of that and on the same page." Yeah, I don't think they are, Eric. I don't think they are at all. That message was received. Yeah, I'm sure it was received. And we expect to be able to see all the files for JFK and MK Ultra, etc. And we await these actions. Yeah, don't hold your breath, Eric. "I am grateful that the CIA met with us so quickly, but trust is a series of promises kept." So he is holding them to account and says, we don't trust them until they actually deliver on their promises. I think that's a wise policy when dealing with the likes of the CIA and the shadow government. But if they had a hand in these things, they're probably not going to, give up their secrets that easily. Anything they give you will be the watered down version, or their version, the version they want you to believe of events. But hey, that's just me. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Eric also says that the Trump administration will soon take firmer action on delivering us the sweet, sweet UFO disclosure.
I think what we're about to see is a memo come out that will be extremely aggressive towards this release. And the reason is that you're not really going to know what you don't know, right? And so rather than just go trying to chase ghosts throughout all these government agencies, the president is going to issue a memo that requires, with stiff penalties, the release of any and all information and files related to this topic, so they can go about the declassification process.
Okay, well, that's very exciting. I don't normally think of memos as being aggressive. I would prefer an executive action. So we'll hope for that. Meanwhile, we have this very aggressive memo that Eric Burleson is hopeful will deliver us more of, again, the sweet, sweet UFO disclosure that we all deserve and crave. So we'll see what happens. Either way, it does sound like the administration is taking firmer action. Congress is going to war against the shadow government, and maybe they can even get the administration involved in that. Now, that would be a showdown. Meanwhile, Tim Burchett, talking about Congress people getting involved, says, nothing to see here, folks. Just move along. In reference to this article from the New York Post talking about 9,000 underwater UFOs, or USOs, have been spotted near U.S. coastlines. That is crazy. Not surprising. We've heard that there's so much robust activity under the waves. UFOs come and go from the water. There's apparently different hot spots around the world. Anna Paulina Luna even named the Bermuda
I think Trump
Triangle
might not know what he's doing when it comes to this.
Said the Bermuda Triangle was real. Eric Burleson came out of those briefings.
It kind of seemed like that's what happened in Ukraine, sort of, right? It's like the Democrats had this like long-term strategy to like use it as a fucking counterweight, to like fuck with Putin. And then Trump came in and gave him the Javelin missiles to the Nazis and was like, go get them. Obama gave them blankets. I gave them Javelin missiles. It could sort of be like that with like Trump and the UFOs, He could sort of like not really understand the dynamics like he does with everything. Like he kind of like just tries to make it fucking stick, like tries to like poke at it till it works or whatever. Like he might not necessarily understand that. That's what I mean. I'm sure there's that's what aliens.gov has got to be some fucking money-making scheme that he's cooking up. That's what I've always said. It's like, if Trump does it, it's because he's found a way to make money off of it. So I'm not going to rule anything out, Psycho Matt 999. Sounds like my kind of chatter.
Talking about the movie The Abyss,
dude, who's this?
As in alien cities underwater. That's crazy. Tim Burchett came out of those same briefings talking about large, fast-moving objects under the water. So clearly they were briefed on some really interesting stuff.
What's up, Tom?
Will that stuff materialize in the recent releases or the upcoming releases? I'd really like to know what prompted Eric Burleson to start talking about the movie The Abyss, wouldn't you?
999.
Or Anna talking about the Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, I mean, if that is legit, I want to know all the details. Magnetic anomalies, time anomalies.
I got a soccer game
the lore
coach
around the
in a
Bermuda
couple
Triangle.
hours.
How much of that is actually legit? That is nuts. I want to know all about it. Hopefully we'll get to learn. But the battle against the shadow government, the UFO control group, will not be easy. From Christopher Sharp, President Donald Trump's administration has done something unprecedented. It has committed itself to UFO transparency, putting its weight and authority behind a series of intriguing files, images, and videos.
That's another
Some
angle.
were previously
Dirty Mullet,
unclassified. Others were previously.
That's one thing you could look at it too, is like the legacy aerospace guys and the Silicon Valley upstarts kind of like warring for like control of UFO shit. Like that's how it played out with SpaceX, right? SpaceX had to like sue the Air Force in order to get access to to be able to bid on the launches. Yeah. No, let them build their data centers because they're going to need to get them bailed out and repossessed by the state soon enough. Like we'll own those in 10 years, if that. They build their data centers, and when they go out of business, we'll just eat them up. No, but my kid does, man. I've moved on. That's what I'm doing. It's like, I'm done. No, I just gotta get my kid. He's gonna live vicariously through my kid. You see him, he's fucking a little shredder and looks like fucking, Kurt Cobain. Salem did? Really? Is it on Spotify? We were listening to Yves Tumor earlier. I'll play you the shit I've been into lately, actually. You'll like it. Red Dragon. Oh, really? When did this come out? May 14th. Damn, we didn't even listen to this yet. Or have we? I don't think we have. No. Oh, fuck. I like it already. Dude. I don't know. War Criminal Protocol and they come collect all the tech press? Yeah, like they didn't have a permit to use it and they stole it from fucking General McCasland. Yeah, what if General McCasland's being tortured for like the password to some fucking alien locker somewhere? Oh man, that would be funny. Like he is being begonia'd, but like he's being begonia'd by like a rival deep state faction. And they fucking got him and they're like fucking twisting his nipples until he won't tell him the code to his fucking Pleiadian box, his Pleiadian magic box. I don't think they're. No, I don't think they are. I think they're just rich. I don't know if there's anti-gravity. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know. I think some of the shit that's up there is ours. Human versions of shit that they found. You know, maybe the triangle ones. Kind of makes sense.
Previously classified. Since its launch, the files have received nearly 500 million hits. Wow, that's crazy, and that's
right.
That's
Dude, I
this
tell that
article's
story
from
all the
May
time.
10th. So I expect it's gone up since then.
You guys have heard that
there is a
story?
serious interest in this topic. That itself is very encouraging. I hope mainstream media continues to report on this in a robust fashion and that it picks up and that we can get that 500 million to a billion or 2 billion. Yeah, get everybody around the world on this website. Show the people in power that we are interested and we demand the truth. Transparency advocate Tim Burchett has promised a holy crap moment. He, along with other prominent lawmakers, including Burleson and Luna, is pressing for the release of 46 videos. But behind the optimism, several distinct groups of sources have told Liberation Times that the first release falls far short of what real disclosure
I'm a big
would
Ro-Khanna
require,
guy. Yeah,
despite
that's
promising
my guy.
signs and intent.
I'm voting for Ro-Khanna.
Sources tell Liberation Times that they have been left unimpressed and that the public must now stand up and demand more. On the quality of the material released so far, an intelligence source familiar with collection systems told Liberation Times that future imagery and video releases must come from national systems rather than tactical systems with lower security classifications. Intriguing. Okay, so there's ways to get to the juicier stuff potentially. They said the video footage that has been released came from tactical military systems with lower security classifications. What has not been released was collected by the national systems controlled by the National Reconnaissance Office and CIA, deployed in sensitive areas where no U.S. or allied presence is publicly acknowledged. So
he's
would
like,
they release that?
Yo,
If they could,
Skynet is bad.
redact out
We gotta
the
not
actual
do
locations? An intriguing thought. The source
the rich
suggested
people
that
in
the
this country,
CIA's
they used to know that
clandestine
Skynet was
collection
bad,
capabilities
and now they think
may have
Skynet is
captured
good.
Scientific data
And that's a
related
problem.
to UFOs. Oh, the CIA
Bernie
has
said,
been in the
literally.
UFO game
I mean,
forever.
I'm
They're deep into
summarizing,
this.
but-
So I'm sure their systems have captured some stuff. Absolutely. But I want to know about the minutes.
Oh my God,
of the
that
meetings
Corbell
with the
interview
aliens.
was so funny.
Yeah, I want to know about all the behind the scenes.
He's such an intense dude.
breakaway
Like-
civilization stuff that they are likely engaged in. But yeah, the lack of analytical
Dude, the
context
new album is an
also
hour and
caused
41
frustration.
minutes long.
Yeah. Anyway, there's pushback against the administration trying to get these files.
Who
They're
does
not being
that? It's a
given
2-hour
the juiciest
album?
stuff
Really?
that may still be hidden behind
Hour and
these
41 minute
classification
long
efforts
album?
or systems. But there may or may not be
It's just one
workarounds
disc,
for
too,
them.
huh?
We'll see how
It's not
far
even
this
like a
can
double
get.
CD.
Fingers crossed, obviously, for
31
the best.
songs.
Meanwhile, I have not seen Jeremy Corbell's new movie yet, or the movie about him.
Yeah, I want to see that shit.
Sleeping Dog. But there have been some images and some videos released from that movie that make me very intrigued. I'm
The
definitely
fuck
got to
is
check that out probably this
Whoa.
weekend. Yeah, look at that guy go.
Wow, I didn't see that one yet. That one's wild.
That's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, and look
That
at
one's
that.
wild too.
Look at those objects. UFOs.
Whoa.
Yeah, just fantastic stuff.
So these are 8 of the
Jeremy and
46
George have gotten
videos.
Some amazing videos. They really have
This
put
is
the
8 of the
government to shame in
46
what they've,
videos.
released. Yeah, look at
There's
the movie.
38 more like these.
Nuts. I love it.
Wow. These are all
so
really
yeah,
good.
you
I
go,
haven't seen
Jeremy.
these
If
yet.
you guys have seen the movie, let me know what you thought about it. And so let me know what you thought about Sleeping Dog. And if you haven't seen the movie, let me know if you are planning to check it out in the near future. And you can definitely see that there's some banger stuff in it. But Neil deGrasse Tyson is not impressed by any of this.
Do you believe any of this? Does this tell us anything, reveal anything we didn't know already?
Well, we had, was it 3 years worth of people from deep within government, not only security agencies, but the military, testifying as whistleblowers or as in whatever other capacity, under oath, telling us basically everything we're reading in these files now, that they've been seen, things we don't understand, and some might be in the back
Taste exposes APAC. Who the fuck is this on my feed? That's because they heard me defending MTG earlier, so now they put this shit on my feed. Exposes APAC. Tony, they listen to the stream, they're like, oh, this guy's such a lib. Watch. Yeah, happily married. Yeah, my feed's all fucked up right now. Dude, Kurt Vile was on Adam Freeland show. That's cool. Psycho Tom, you should subscribe.
Alright.
I used to do that. I did that last year when I coached both teams. Or 2 years ago. I haven't had to do it because Eamon's games are later. Earliest one we had was like 11, 10.
Smoke on my lip, I wrote a song, yeah. Some people said I was doing that wrong, yeah. But check out my hands, my charming chords on a gold tone man to land guitar.
Really? What are you doing, Adam? This is so fucking lame. Why would you do this? You'd make him play for you like this?
World's been melting.
It's kind of homoerotic.
In front of my
eyes. Like, why did you do
my
this?
My baby girls, they keep me high, yeah. Ain't on no trips though, no LSD. True love is the pure drug.
No, yeah, I mean, I like Kurt Vile. I'm just saying it's like weird. Like the intimacy of the setup is like kind of weird for the Adam Freeland show.
Jump in my whip, my engine whines. Yeah.
Picture him like in the room, like playing for them.
Down Lincoln Drive, yeah. Puck on my lip.
You don't get Kurt Vile.
Feel I can fly for a while. Yeah.
Oh, maybe, I'm gonna play this shit on the same thing. What else did I listen to this year? Year's Urine. Look at that. 39 minutes, let's go. $39 months. I'm looking at my, like I said, it's really hard to tell what I've been listening to because my shit is just dominated by my kids' stuff. I heard him listening to X-Ray Specs the other night. I just listen to like No Effects. That's all I do. I like this album too. Yeah, dude, I love the sound of those drums. Dude. I like this band too. I gotta go. It's fucking 5 in the morning. I like bands that sound like Nirvana. Yeah, I've been jamming with him and we got like played Fell in Love with a Girl, Linoleum, Celebrity Skin, what else? We've played some fucking bangers. We were playing Basket Case the other day. Dude, I'm trying to get a show at the record store by the summertime. I'm gonna rate this guy. Oh, it's playing video games? I'm gonna rate that. Never mind. I think I already started it though, didn't I? Is she watching Jubilee? Alright, let's go there. Okay. Alright, I didn't want to put you guys in the video game stream. But 40 feet tall. Wait, the Agriculture album came out this year. No, never mind, I got it for Christmas. So it came out last year. Yeah, I was listening to this other album. This needs more fucking no. You can let me take the knobs on the distortion pedal. That's what you said here. They're setting it off. That's true. That's true. That's true. But I mean, I don't know. You know, like you get the feeling when you're right about something. That's how I feel.